Hey, sorry. I just fired the stream up. Hope you can hear my voice. Dan Rain, how are you? Bill says I've got zero viewers on Twitch, so I didn't unmute. Hopefully you can hear me now. Perfect. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Check levels here. Like that. Looks good. Yeah, about like that. Cool. So now that I've got pretty much all the tests implemented, might be missing a few, but very few hopefully. Anymore. We can do these. Engine squibs, APU squib. There we go. Engine fire test. Move this off to the side here.
Jet pipe overheat.
Overheat fail, fail, fail. And so we want to see 5 of these fail messages there. There are always 5 of them, so when I bring this down like this, there's going to be 5 of these.
Jet pipe overheat.
And again, 5 of them. Just a little bit more apparent if I box the rest of them. Stuff. All of that out of the way. And go ahead and fire up the APU. The APU is very quiet. I got class tomorrow at 8 a.m. Well, I'm sorry, Palm. You can get it on. Did someone say jet pipe overheat? Yes, sir. So, what have I been working on? So far, it looks fairly similar, but what has changed rather significantly, let me just put my headset away. What has changed rather significantly is the auto checklisting feature, or the automatic first officer, so to speak. So the automatic first officer can now perform actions for you. So the trick is, on a lot of these business jets, classes have VODs as well these days. Okay, well that's you're a little bit more advanced than I was when I was at school. So the automatic checklister guy here, the thing is with these business jets, a lot of the pilots that operate on these fly very few hours in real life, right? Or just generally, because business jets generally don't really get all that much use. So, and many of the guys that are flying these, the crews will hop between different aircraft, sometimes between different companies, and they'll fly fairly few hours in a given year. So you could be looking at an 80-hour pilot. Didn't have global pandemic back then. No, we didn't. Yeah. Anyway, they fly fairly few hours, so as a consequence, many of the checklists that are in here are rather long-winded, and they're, so to speak, read and do. So you read the checklist as you were doing it. So let me just get the trivial stuff out of the way. So the automation here, if we go into the menu, the automation here is built around checklists that start here at the taxi check. So if we scroll down here, so it starts from here, taxi to after landing. So between here and here, the first officer, or the pilot monitoring, so to speak, is going to be the guy who's doing most of the aircraft setup for you. but it's only going to do it in response to the checklist. Previously, I've had it essentially all automated based on state of the aircraft and position with respect to the runway. I've had to change that because the realistic way to operate this thing is by using read and do. So they wouldn't do the airline style where you would, you do all your actions and then you just confirm it to checklist. Rather, these checklists, as you're doing them, as you're reading them, you're doing the actions associated with them to basically make sure that you didn't forget about stuff. So I have a little button on my stick bound to a command, which is normally here, not that one. Check item, checklist check item. It's also, you can also bind this thing. We also respond to the default explain command, which is, let me see, it's under checklists. There we go. So the default one, next item in checklist here, sim operation checklist next. We also do this, and we also follow that command. Although it is a completely custom checklist, it's not using anything to explain. So whenever I push the button on my yoke, or actually on my stick, or push in my case, which I have currently bound to control space, it'll do a checklist item. So let's go ahead and make the first officer start giving us the checklist here.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
So all it's asking for us to make sure we got the stuff. Basically, we're bound up. We've got AC power on the aircraft.
Nav lights.
And
Logo
we'll also
light.
turn on the AC and DC utility here. This basically powers up the galley power. Nav lights on. We'll keep the logo light off.
Cockpit lights.
Sure.
Lamp test.
Lamp test was what we would do down here. And we want to obviously check both lamp driver units. And just carry on.
Monitor.
Duct monitor test is this guy here.
Bleed air duct. Bleed
That's
air duct.
That's the system that monitors bleed leaks and or bleed system fires. Well, really bleed leaks. Because the air flowing in here is rather hot. We'll test loop A and loop B.
FMS database status.
So FMS database status, we jump up here, go to status, we check, we cycle through the thing. Then we go into flight plan, and I'm just going to punch in a quick test flight plan here, just because we're going to basically do a quick trip around the block to demonstrate all the various thingies in the FMS, or rather in the automation. I'm going to go to Perfinite. I'm just going to pick up the fuel as it is in the tanks. We're going to go only up to 5,000 feet. Execute. And over here, I know it's 15 degrees Celsius here. Takeoff. Everything else here I'm happy with, so let's go ahead and send that out. Good. The FMS database status is cycled and checked.
FMS flight plan uplink. ATs.
Yeah, we got that.
Anti-skid.
So anti-skid, we go ahead and arm the anti-skid if it wasn't, and then we also do a test.
Nose door.
We want to make sure, if we were doing this if we were especially at home base, you could have the nose door open. So we want to prevent basically somebody getting caught in the door when we close it. Right now the hydraulics are not powered, so all these switches are off. Hydraulic system is completely depressurized. So there's a little micro switch inside of the nose door, well, next to the external power connector, which allows you to open the nose door for ground maintenance. So we basically want to make sure that we don't jam somebody's fingers in there.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
So power hydraulic 3A pump. We want to make sure if we had a nose door cast that it will go away.
Brake pressure.
Brake pressure, we'll check that we got 3000 psi. Yes, we do. Plus or minus 200.
Parking brake.
So go ahead and set the parking brake.
Nose door.
Make sure that the cast is away or out.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
So we'll now fire up the rest of our pumps here. Really position them into auto. Doesn't actually power them up. They have to be You have to have both engine generators online and the flaps out before they'll actually spring up for departure.
Electric panel.
Electric panel, just check that we've got AC/DC utility
AC/DC utility
here, that
switch.
this switch is out. So the galley, the cabin entertainment systems and that kind of stuff can boot up.
Start ignition panel.
We'll check that both of these are off. We don't have continuous ignition on.
Fuel panel.
And you do your double smiley check. I'm not going to bother.
APU LCV.
APU LCV will turn you on. Isolation valve
Stage isolation valve.
open.
Packs.
Fire these two guys up.
Air conditioning panel.
Air conditioning panel is down here. We just check temperature, cabin control, transfer.
Pressurization panel.
Pressurization, we'll want to check that we got landing field elevation, correct pressure set. Hey, Jonah Livingston Seagull, welcome. We can do a quick test of the fault lamp here, because that is not tested by the lamp test, because that is a completely isolated system. So if I do a lamp test here, you'll see that the fault lamp here does not come on. That is controlled directly by the cabin pressure controller. So to do that, I have to basically power cycle the cabin pressure controller. So I have to basically depower the CPC and powering it back on will power it back up. We can even see that I've renamed this menu here. It's no longer called debug, it's called study. If you want to study aircraft and stuff. And here you can see the CPC state, the cabin pressure controller state. And if I press this button in, the CPC is basically gets its power cut. And we'll power you back on. And during that, you can see it took a little while to power on. That's because initially the CPC goes through a byte, or a built-in test. And that's why the fault lamp here comes on for a little bit. Cool.
Bleed air panel.
Bleed air panel is set. I'm looking at this as I'm happy with these guys out, good stuff.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch.
That's one's out, and we don't have that's this thing here. Basically want to make sure that the test switch here is out, and we don't have the system switched off.
Cowl anti-ice switches.
Checklist standard in 650. I know it's an option, it's a pro line installation. Bottle you can actually customize in the real thing. And same thing for us. This is actually an XML file outside of the, well, it's in the aircraft, but you can actually change it. And yeah, in reality, what you get is from Collins, you get a little laptop, a BIST built-in self-test. Oh, they call it BITE, byte, for built-in test equipment, but yeah, sure, whatever, close enough. I mean, whatever you call it, it's just a built-in test. Power on self-test, sure, whatever. So bottle, you get a laptop with a piece of software from Collins that lets you customize this. How comprehensive? I'm not entirely sure yet, Jono Livingstone Seagull. Probably just go ahead and grab the real manuals. That's probably going to be easiest. That's simulated co-pilot or electronic checklist system. That's actually simulated co-pilot. Because this thing is pretty dumb. It's basically just check, not check. Real anxiety waiting for this bird. Well, hopefully not too bad.
Anti-ice panel.
We could go ahead and test these and do kind of stuff. We should get 2 amber cautions here. We push these in with no pressure. Eventually, I think we should get a message. Or actually, we don't? I forgot. There's going to be, for the whole checklist here, a feature that I've yet to implement. We're going to have a little pop-up screen here if you want. You can select it in the study menu now. You're going to be able to select it in the study menu that pops up what you're actually supposed to do, because any of these steps I'm showing here, sort of blazing through them, there's a bunch of basically there's a bunch of steps for each one of these. So anti-ice panel, we want to make sure that basically we can do a test here. Ice detector test, and this is the wing overheat test.
Wing overheat.
Make the transition really smooth. Yes, sir.
Emergency lights.
And we'll want to make arm the emergency lights. We'll fire up the passengers.
Passenger signs.
Those are on.
ELT.
ELT is armed.
Flare shield panel.
Flare shield, we basically just want to make sure we got stuff set up as we want in here, which is basically nothing at this point.
Crew and passenger oxygen.
And you do your oxygen tests here. So left side and right side. And we'll want to make sure that the passenger oxygen switch here is in normal, not closed and definitely not override. I'm having a real human co-pilot with me more fun. Well, yes, J-Snap. Eventually, yes. That will definitely be a lot more fun, and that is something that will be part. Don't worry, we'll get it done.
DC warning panel.
This is just for the rare case of where you're going to be alone. DC warning panel, we just want to make sure that we don't have these pushed in, because that would inhibit oral warnings from the DCU. You can actually do, and if you do, you'll notice that now if I do the oral warning test, nothing comes on. And same thing over here. You're going to hear nothing, because that is generated by the data concentrator units, these warnings.
Wing overheat.
Anyway, moving on.
CVR.
CVR still got to implement here.
Audio panels.
I'll just check that we got it set the way we want.
SPS system.
SPS system is a fairly involved check, which involves, you know, pulling on the yoke and doing the whole, you know, stick pusher, SP disconnect. So for example, here we have the stall stick, and if I push I have a button bound here to the APSP disconnect, the stick pusher disconnect. I can, if I push that in, I can release the stick pusher, and then you also do a G-switch test here with a third finger, and it just gets very, very complicated.
Integrated standby instrument.
Yeah, that one's checked and set.
Clock.
Yes, reset.
FSICers.
I just want to make sure that we got all the indications that are normal here, so you know we're not missing any indications. Even Hawking as a co-pilot is pretty cool, though. Yeah, definitely.
Main landing gear bay overheat.
So that'll be down here. MLG bay overheat.
Gear bay overheat.
I'll do a test failure, or MLG overheat fail. Testing for the fault on that system.
Toes warning switches.
Pause warning switches, we got those out.
Pitch and roll disconnect.
Those are in and stowed.
Ground spoilers.
These are auto.
Thrust reversers.
Are checked. So thrust reversers, we may want to make sure that we don't have these two buttons here pushed in, because that would inhibit thrust reverser operation, and we also want to arm them. We actually get two green arm lights here, even though the engines are shut down. The thrust reversers are driven by bleed air, 14th stage bleed air. So these two guys here, but that's only coming from the engines. Now, what you'll notice is it gave me an armed indication, even though the quite clearly the engines are not running. And the reason for that is because this checks for just two things. Each one of these lamps, or each one of these CAS messages, just checks for making sure that the switch here is armed, and it's also checking to make sure that the valve, the actual valve position here, is open. Now you'll notice that the non-normal indication if it closed on really tightly in is closed. So this would light up if it was closed, which means since the lamp is out, that means the valve is actually open. And the reason for that is because they're simply sprung-loaded to open, or spring-loaded to open. So I bring up the 14th stage system, you'll notice here 14th stage bleed shutoff valve is open, and it actually does not react to the button because it needs bleed pressure to close. These are default to open, needs pressure to close, which is why that message comes on. As soon as I power up the engines with these buttons here pushed out, these lights are going to come on and the valves are going to close, and we'll also lose the reverser armed switch, the lights down there.
Thrust levers.
So we want to make sure that these guys here are in shutoff.
Engine speed switches.
It's these guys here. So these are electronic engine controllers. Well, not really electronic. They're called engine N1 amplifiers. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Okay, Intel FX.
Engine vibration check.
So that'll be this guy here. We actually got to bring up this so I can see it. So engine vibe test. We've got N2 vibe and fan vibe here, amber. So that's good.
Oral warning.
Oral warning tests. That'll be these guys down here. I've showed those before. And you got to move them twice into each position. So this turns on the warning, turns off the warning, turns on the warning, turns off the warning. And it's because these are for the two data concentrator units. Each one of them can be tested individually. 71 items for checklist, and I thought the 747 had a long one. Yes, that is pretty annoying. The first one here is fairly long. The difference, Alec 246, is this is a read and do. So as you're reading it, you're doing it. So basically, you're setting up the airplane as you're doing the checklist.
Smoke detector.
Smoke detector test will be down here.
Smoke.
And by the way, what these lights, these symbols here mean, it's kind of a textual representation. It's supposed to be a sunrise, meaning you only do this for the first flight of the day. So I'm happy with
Trims
that.
mock trim.
Trims and mock trim. So for the first flight of the day, we'd do a test. Otherwise, we just set them up. Nice pixels. Yes, sir. So for a full trim test, we'd run the trims all the way through on all 3 axes. It would take forever. We'd also need to check both switches. So this guy here and then separately this guy here. They are 2 independent switches. So yeah, that'd be annoying. So I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to fire up the trims here. So stab trim, just push the 2 buttons here, push this button, this guy. And we'll just make sure that it moves it all. It does. Good, I'm happy. Obviously, if you run the trim the whole way, and you're also checking for the trim clacker, this sound, you want to make sure you don't have a jam stabilizer. That'll be a bad day. Yes, and the cutouts, which are over here. So if I go ahead, I can show you. So like this. So we have got a trim runaway, clacker, tab trim disconnect, cuts out, tab mock trim. And same thing on the other yoke is what you would test. You would test all of these on the first flight of the day, which is why I'm not doing it, because it's annoying as all hell. It takes forever. Probably takes less time than what I've already been talking about it.
Yaw dampers.
Yaw damper is on, so we don't have a message here. That's all good. Wait. Oh no, it's because I was trying to think why I'm missing a lot of messages here. It's because I've got the rest of them boxed in there.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
The reversionary inhibits are down here. So we want to make sure that we don't have any of the tune inhibits on, and we've got all the reversionary switches centered. AFCS selector 1 or 2, depending on which one you've got functional. Usually you'd be running on 1. If you had a problem with AFCS 1, you can actually swap over to AFCS 2, auto flight control system. By the way, this is what that means. So you have two full sets of autopilots. So the Challenger, same as an A320 or a Boeing 737, has what they call a dual autopilot. So there are actually 4 autopilot computers, and you can actually observe each one of them. AFCS here, AFCS 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, and they all are functioning independently, and they're paired together. So AFCS is the 1A and 2A are in system 1, and 1B and 2B are in system 2, and they talk to each other. They're paired. So if you had AFCS 1 failure, one of the autoflight computers had a problem, you could switch over to AFCS 2 and dispatch the flight just fine, fly fully, fully managed everything. It would basically behave. The other 2 are basically just full standbys. And we also want to make sure that our RRS switches are switched over to norm, and norm. Otherwise, obviously we could have the reason why we have FMS3 here, that is an option that doesn't come automatically with the plane. You have to pay for this, not the model, but I mean the real thing. And the third FMS, what that gives you is the ability to have a single FMS failure. So let's say, for instance, am I going to regret this? I'm just going to kill the CDU just for funsies. Let's go to 34 navigation, 34 nav, FMS. I'm just going to kill the CDU here just for fun. So if we have the number 1, I see a USB port for nav data was added now. No. I mean this? No, the port was not added yet. Anyway, so assuming that we've got CDU1 failure, we can still get full radio tuning capability. Normally the CDU's crosstalk requests to talk to the respective radio stacks. So if I bring up 23 communications, so it normally looks like this. but we can actually request that CDU2 become the master tuner for all radios. Yes, that's an Ethernet connector. That's for Cat5e. That is the older method of updating nav data. We might have to cut that out and replace with a USB stick. Anyway, if we have that, so we can actually get full radio tuning capability back if we go ahead and inhibit CDU1 tuning. Now CDU2 becomes the master tuning source for all radios. And over here, we can still use this guy as a number 1 FMS. We just go ahead and switch FMS3 to position 1. And now this guy, now basically all the master autopilot functionality is running off of FMS1. I think even the auto thrust should. Haven't tested enough, I think. Anyway. Restore CDU tuning, reset the failure. Boot up the CDU again. Okay, rock and roll. Cool.
IRS.
So we want to make sure that we got all 3 IRSs aligned. So IRA, if we had an align message here, you would see that on the respective screens here. So it would be IRS aligning do not taxi. Same thing over here. For IRS3, what we have is a message down here. Alternatively, you can always just check it on your IRS control that we've got a position difference, and or we can go to position init. And we want to make sure that these are all indicating a position, no time to nav or anything. Or we've got, obviously you've got so many ways to check everything on a Challenger. So we go to MFD data, and we can go, we can already see it on the position summary, but we can also go to display menu, IRS status, and now we've got IRS's mode nav, and they are online in position, providing a position, obviously. And yes, they do drift. As you can see, one of them is already indicating 2 knots. It thinks that we're moving at 2 knots. No, we've not actually moved. Cool. So I'm going to keep this guy over here on data link. I don't care about it anyway. IRS3, CPDLC. We don't have that currently. TCAS, we do a TCAS test, don't care.
ATIS and clearance.
ATIS and clearance, sure, we got that.
FMS flight plan, Windows takeoff.
Yes, we've got all of that set up.
Takeoff data.
I think I've already sent my takeoff data, have I not? Yes, I have. Good stuff.
Avionics charts.
Sure.
Flight instruments.
Flight instruments, we go. Flight instrument check would normally be done by looking at your PFD. And basically, I think they call it an inverse, an upside down. You check for what your nav source is, what the heading preselector is. You read off your V-speeds, speed preset here, altitude preset here, which I haven't done. So I gotta get that in there. And our initial heading is gonna be 102, I think, something like that. There we go. Altitude preselector, barrel pressure, and then you set your modes and stuff down here if you had any requests. So normally I have this now set for TCAS display, so that's, you can see those little dashes here on the ring. That means we've got TCAS display enabled, and I have terrain enabled for display. Gotta get rid of this, and I'm also gonna get rid of this. Good stuff. Take the range down a little bit.
Departure briefing.
Yeah, sure, we've done that.
Emergency procedures.
Blast off procedure, emergency, just scream on with your hair on fire.
Chocks.
Pins, right. I gotta remove the chocks. Pins I still gotta implement. And chocks are away, good stuff. Covers are also removed.
Cabin lights, water heaters, master seat.
This is basically just preparatory stuff for when your passenger is gonna be on board. So you got the cabin, everything ready to go.
Flight compartment checklist complete. Engine start checklist next.
Alrighty, let's get going. I've been yapping about way too long about stuff I didn't actually care. Alright, just drinking up my tea here. Go to fire up some sort of a code there, and let's go before start checks.
Engine start
Engine
checklist.
start.
Doors.
Yeah, doors are closed. We don't have a CAS message about it, so that's good.
Park and brake and pressure.
Brake is pulled. We got a message here. Parking brake on, and we got good pressure indicated 3000 psi.
Fuel quantity and balance.
So frequently, a little backstory on this, Challengers or generally biz jets, if they're waiting around for a passenger, you get contracted to fly somewhere, but obviously you cannot depart on a fixed schedule because you're a personal ride for somebody. So if they're going to be late, you might need to wait around for a couple hours easily. So you just wait around. You frequently be running the AP the whole time, and you'd have to rebalance stuff and everything. But you just want to make sure that you don't got since the time you've done the flight compartment checks to the engine start checks, you haven't burned down too much of the right tank here, which is where the APU feeds off of. If you did, you'd go ahead and dump a little bit of fuel here from the left side into the aux tank here in the center, and that then is going to get redistributed back in balance to the other side. Now, we are allowed up to 400 pounds of difference here, so we're good. Cool. So, doors are closed, fuel balance is checked.
Beacon.
Beacon here. Beacon's on.
Fuel boost pumps.
So we'll fire these puppies up. We got left, right fuel pump on, green lights, good stuff. Hey, Amy and Orbit, how are you doing?
Ignition.
The ignition, we go ahead and check, what the whichever system you want to be using that day. For me, I'm just using odd even, so 12, it's 12th. Not really, I don't think. No, it isn't. It's just in the sim, it is the 10th, the 12th of the day of the month, so it'll be even for me. And that's it.
Engine 2 start.
So, hold your horses. Or hold your hats, I guess. Good stuff. Engine 2's running up. As you can see, the APU is powerful, so it can quite easily spin up the engine to significant speeds. Stuff.
Fuel system.
So here you check that you got, when we turn off the left boost pump here, both of them go off. We turn off the right hand side, they don't go off. So that's basically just making sure that the backup circuit is working correctly. You also want to make sure that you don't have cross feeding of fuel pressure and stuff.
Engine 1 start.
Stuff.
Engine start checklist complete. After start checklist next.
So the after start checklist is the last one where I have to basically do everything. Hey Rosalo, how are you doing? Here, just wait for both of these messages to come on. So all is well. Currently, it's just warning me that hey, you got generators available, you haven't selected them. That's fine. Let's have a look at the after start checks, and we're going to basically, that's the last one I got to do up until we're stopped at the stand, basically all by myself, so to speak. Really what this is initially or on the ground, it would be the left seater doing the things and right seater just reading checklist.
After start checklist.
Good.
Generator 1 and 2.
So, are on and looking good.
Ignition.
Off.
Packs.
On.
14th stage.
So fire these up.
Cowl anti-ice.
Al anti-ice. We go ahead and time these and do a test of the ground supplemental ground wing anti-ice system. I'm not going to bother for now.
Flight controls.
Flight controls, want to make sure that that one goes up, the other one goes down, the other way around, down, up, left, right. I want to make sure that they go all the way. You got full deflection, full freedom stuff.
Ground spoilers.
Ground spoilers, you could do a test of them, so put it manually into arm, they'll pop out. Auto, we'll go back, and they are now currently in auto.
Flight spoilers.
You can also go ahead and do a full check of them, and also if I put the ground spoilers into disarm, they'll retract, put them into auto, they'll extend again.
Cowl anti-ice.
We'd go ahead and make sure that we got the anti-ice and stuff.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
Don't care.
Fuel balance.
Fuel balance is looking good still.
Trims.
Trims are set for 3 set for takeoff.
Nose steer.
Go ahead and arm it.
APR.
Also, pull forward. We got APR 1 test okay. Pull back. APR 2 test okay, or APR test 2 okay. Stuff.
ADG unit.
That's down here. We have to hold this in the unit test position for 2 seconds, or at least for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, it should go out on its own. Don't mind that the rest of the lights are coming on. There they shouldn't be. I'll fix that later. You can do a manual lamp test. That's just testing the lamp here.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
Don't care.
Cowl anti-ice.
Yeah, these are off.
Wing anti-ice.
So normally we would put this guy into norm because we want to test the 14-stage isolation valve. That cannot open until there is pressure in the wing anti-ice system, and it becomes apparent. It's not quite apparent from up here. If I bring up the bleed system display, you'll see why. So it's testing this here valve, and to open it up, you need pressure one or the other side of it. So to get the pressure up, we have to basically turn on the wing anti-ice system. It opens these guys. Then we can test the valve. Opens, closes, depowers the system, and there we go.
14th stage isolation
You would have
valve.
turned on norm, isolation checked, opens, closes,
Wing anti-ice.
off, and all is well. You also want to make sure that we don't got the indications on here. You can see obviously you got the engine indications on. Also changes, by the way, the thrust limit.
ATS.
ATS. How do I get you? I forgot how to make it go into N1TO in any other way other than doing this, but sure, whatever. Yeah, you have to basically mash toga and then disable the flight directors, and that puts the ATS into N1TO. Good.
ATC TCAS.
ATC TCAS, we want to get you over into alt on, so 1, 2, 3. Altitude on. Good stuff.
After spark checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Okay, so for these, for the rest of them, I'm gonna basically, at this point, I am the captain. Gonna go ahead and set the flaps, turn on the taxi lights. You know, look left, look right. Make sure that we're running over everybody on the ramp as much as we can. We can go ahead and put the headset on and stuff. But let's go ahead and taxi. So I'm just gonna take the parking brake out. At this point, I am in captain mode. Basically, just going to be steering the aircraft. And I'm going to ask the first one, when I'm comfortable, I'm going to ask the, the pilot monitoring to, or the right seater here, to do the checklist. So all I got to do now is basically just do a request the next checklist item.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Now I'm not doing anything anymore. So the only thing is for these items where it can make a decisions, I have to basically tell it that it's good or not. So and here I have to confirm it.
Brakes and steering.
I've checked it.
Reverse thrust.
I do a check myself, so it doesn't do that on its own, obviously, because that is something to do with the aircraft steering. And if I push ATS disconnect here again, it'll return back into N1TO. So I'm happy with that.
If taxiing to de-ice, pause checklist clear until paper. De-ice checklist is complete.
Okay, I don't need that. Cool.
Flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set cross checked. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
Here I tell if I was talking to first officer, I'd tell him, Are you ready to go? Everything, we review any kind of procedures that are applicable. So yes, we are.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
So as soon as we get takeoff clearance or lineup clearance or anything like that, we can go ahead and I'll take the parking brake off and I request the next checklist here.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision lights. On. Ropes. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
This, it makes a decision, gives me the opportunity to decide, so I have to confirm it where I'm happy with it.
Continuous ignition.
We'll push.
On.
There you go. I didn't push that.
ATCT CAS.
We'll switch over to TRA.
TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel.
Just checking that I've got everything
Check.
out here.
CAS takeoff config OK.
This I gotta confirm because that is a item asking the captain. Are we happy with? Are we getting the takeoff config OK setting there on the CAS here? Yes, we are.
Landing pulse. Record lights.
Turns on for me.
Before takeoff checklist complete. After takeoff checklist next.
So let's go. ATS on. Let's rock and roll. Still looking for 90.3 there. .1, 90.0, sure, close enough. There's B1 and there's rotate. Positive rate, gears coming up. Yeah, here I'm gonna go autopilot. Now flight level change 200. I'm happy with the speeds. We're above target speed +5, so flaps are coming up. Speed 230. I'm actually gonna go speed 250. And I can again ask for the next checklist. So all I gotta do is basically press the next checklist button or next item once.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked.
Checking for differential there.
Max transition.
We'll do the PAX transition, and I'm just flying the airplane at this point, right? So as a captain or as a pilot flying, I would just be focusing
Completed.
on making the airplane
N1.
sure the airplane's
Climb
pointed where I
set.
want it to be.
APU generator. Off. APU. Shutdown. Passenger signs.
This is asking me, does the 650 have slats? No, it doesn't. So at this point, it's just waiting for me to confirm, do we want to keep the passenger signs on or off or auto, or what do we want to do with them? So I basically just move them where I want them. I could put them into auto and just say, okay,
CAS.
continue. CAS is asking me whether I'm happy with any messages there. Make sure that we don't have anything unexpected there. Yes.
After takeoff checklist complete.
So at this point, we're essentially done with most of the stuff initially for departure. I'm just going to flip the airplane around. And we're going to go for an approach right away. So let's go like so. Let me just check the audio levels here in Discord or in Twitch. Good stuff. Right over for ILS 10 via OGTAG. And I'm just going to go direct OGTAG. Direct, enter nav mode. It'll capture, there we go, LNAV 1, altitude select. I could enable VNAV, doesn't really matter. Doesn't make a difference. It's not really all that much of a flight today, so we could go VNAV less. kind of jammed my head in there. Yeah, whatever. A nicer view of the engine. Obviously, when I leave the cockpit here, the audio goes back to full volume because I have to take my headset off to leave the cockpit. Okay, roll you over there. So this is a procedure with a turnaround in it. We look over on the flight plans. You'll see it's direct octag, hold at octag, and then FF10 for the final approach fix runway 10. And this is a hold in lieu of a procedure turn. So this will only go over the waypoint once. It won't actually enter the hold and stay in there. Rather, it will only do the procedure entry. So it'll do parallel entry. Start swinging about, and as soon as it's basically tracking inbound, it'll delete the hold and then just continue on further in. I can actually make it preserve the hold if I really wanted to. If I didn't want it to continue on inbound, I'll just keep it like this. So let's just leave it like that. One more thing I got to modify here. I'm going to hold here, ogtag, and I want to modify speeds to IKO. That'll reshape. You'll see it grows up, it basically blows up the hold in size. Because we're going to be 230 now, it's not 200. This is not IKO. This is not FAA hold speeds. Actually, I gotta get you back into 2992. When the first officer checks, it does actually check for the proper QNH setting there. So let's say we're in descent. So let's go ahead and do the descent.
Checklist. Shoulder
So these are
harness.
pretty much mostly manual because there's not really all that much configuration that happens. So shoulder harness are checked. Sure.
Passenger signs.
They're either on or auto. Yeah, sure. I am happy with those.
Pressurization.
I would want to make sure that we've got our landing field elevation and barrow set. Good.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Bracket frame still work in progress. Yes. Did I recreate the entire pan? Yes. Ham sandwich. This is all. This is 0x plane stuff. Anything at all. And yeah, though the holder for the actual combiner is going to be there later. I just haven't managed. I just haven't gotten textures for it and model for it from Gordon yet. Fuel quantity and balance is checked. Good.
FMS. Landing data charts.
Yeah. So we gotta go and perf approach. Gonna be 15, 15, and send the speeds here. We're less than 2 minutes away from the hold, and we're more than 20 knots over the hold speed. So I gotta roll this back. So it shuts up because it's basically telling me, "Hey, dude, you're about to." Why am I not surprised? Yeah, the only thing we're using from X-Plane is the aerodynamics, nothing more. The X-Plane doesn't even know we have an electrical system running here. The airplane is essentially completely isolated from X-Plane. Cool.
Approach briefing.
Again, this is something you talk to the other person about.
The nav transition flight level.
Same thing for this. This is basically just, your setup in here under menu config, and you want to make sure that you've got your flight level alert here correctly set and everything. I'm happy with those.
Descent checklist complete.
Okay, so
In-range checklist next.
in range will be your approach checklist, so I'm going to get that bashed out of the way. So this involves a lot of automatic functions of the first officer, so
In-range checklist. APU.
it'll start up the AP for me.
Started. Altimeters. Preset. Cross-check.
It checks for all the QNH settings.
Avionics.
Are we happy with the avionics setup the way we are? It's basically asking us, are we good? Yes, we are. I'm going to confirm that manually.
External lights.
It's just checking, make sure that we got
N1
landing
target.
lights or pulse. N1 target, we have to select a different setting here, not climb or cruise. We have to select either TO or target, set a target manually for us. I'm going to select takeoff for the approach.
Set.
Now it's waiting for the APU to warm up. So the APU is now available. Just with respect to aerodynamics, I'm presuming it's as good a hand flyer as the excellent TBM. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's just telling me about the fact that we are just passing over the top of descent here. We're actually going to delay the TOD here a little bit longer. We're first going to basically let it enter the hold. So now the first officer is waiting for 2 minutes after the APUs become available. I've basically started a clock here because it's a 2-minute warm-up before we put the bleeds on, before we transition the packs over to the APU. So it's just waiting here. It'll do it automatically on its own, so I'm just waiting. I basically don't have to do anything. I could manually force it if I push the button, like, continue with the checklist, but I'm basically just going to let it run. At this point, again, as you would be the person flying the aircraft, you would be focusing on actually, looking outside and planning your path. You don't have to. The idea is that you don't have to look at what the first officer is doing. It's going to do everything for you. And you just then you get the airplane basically all set up and good to go. Obviously, you just listen back. You'd be listening back to make sure that it's doing everything. But normally, it would basically take care of everything for you. I'm just gonna go ahead and slow down the airplane here even more. $210 for the initial turnaround. Actually, I'm gonna go to 200. There's a turnaround. I'm gonna get the flaps out to 20, so you can just...
APU packs transition.
There we go. He's about to transition the pack, so 2 minutes have passed. Flaps 20.
Avail completed. APU generator.
We'll switch it on.
CAS.
Again, it's asking us whether we got any unexpected CAS messages here. Are we happy? Yes, we are, so we'll confirm that.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
So this is basically our approach checklist out of the way. I'm gonna, at this point, do flying things. So I'm gonna roll this down, go to like, I don't know, 1,500, 1,600 feet down per minute. We basically want to make sure that we arrive at, give or take, 1,400 feet. Actually, 1,500 feet's looking pretty good. We want to basically hit the Octac waypoint here at about 2,500 feet. That's just about ILS glide slope intercept. I'm going to roll the pre-selector for the heading as well, line it up. At this point, the airplane's fully set up for approach, so really happy where we are. Actually, we can go a little bit shallower. Slow this down to 280 knots. 1,000 feet a minute will do. Back 900 feet a minute will do. Perfect. So heading 103. The blue dashed bars here indicate that the nav to nav transfer system is ready to go. So it's ready to transfer us over onto the ILS as soon as we center it. You always get those overlays or a Linux XP thing. It's been there for a while. Tells Nourish. It should be there for basically as long as you got text ATC enabled in X-Plane settings, it should show up. Cool. So I'm happy with the position we are in. We got clear for the approach and everything. So I'm going to go ahead and hit approach arm, and we got approach loc 1, glide slope armed. Same thing over here. Approach loc 1, glide slope armed. We also got the ghosted localizer, and there we go. Localizer intercept. Approach localizer 1, and it's switched us over both sides to green needles. And for funsies, we're going to go actually missed on this approach. So I'm going to just quickly punch in a bunch of barrel minimums. I don't know, like 500 or something. Sure. So 2,500 feet, and we're just about... Never seen that. Must have been a setting. Yeah, it's a thing. It should be up here in settings under, I don't know, general, some text ATC or something. Actually in here, sound. Verbal ADC doesn't actually do that. You need this to enable text-to-speech, otherwise you don't get anything. Just warning us about VNAV, 5 seconds to top of descent, but we're actually going to be on glide slope, so it doesn't matter. There we go, glide slope capture. Sweet.
2,500.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll this speed back to 160. I'm gonna go and drop the gear. Oh, I requested obviously from the first officer in reality. I'm gonna call for flaps 30. And I found that one way we can do a 4-mile decel, but one way the first officer is a little bit slow with the checklist, so one way to get it done better is at around 2,000 feet above. I'm just gonna request the before landing checks, and then we'll just hold for the flaps.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicator. Nose steer. Orange center. Clear. Anti-skid.
We'll do a test.
Orange tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing. Cowl anti-ice.
And this is basically it asking me whether I'm happy with the config, so I'm going to confirm that.
Continuous ignition.
We'll push that in.
On. Thrust reversers.
Armed thrust reversers.
Armed. Spoilers.
Make sure that we're
Stowed
stowed.
auto. Flaps.
And I was just waiting for me to set the flaps to 45. So I'll wait until we're 4 miles from the runway here, which I think is like 4 point something on DME. 4 point, hang on, we're just about 5 miles. It's just about 5 miles, so that'll be 4.7 will be, no 4.2 would be 4 miles from the runway. Gotta go a little bit sooner because this is a shallower ILS, so we'd actually be a little bit too low for that. Okay, flaps 45. As soon as the flaps here go to 45, it'll complete the checklist for me.
Set. CAS.
And I'm happy with the CAS messages. All these are explainable.
Before landing checklist complete.
There we go. Before landing.
After landing checklist next.
Before landing, check complete. Just 1,000 feet above.
1,000.
Hey Pancake, how are you doing? So there we go. 1,000 feet, stable, on speed, on glide slope, on localizer, fully configured, ready to go. But we're gonna go missed. So for funsies, so when you go missed, the system switches a little bit, switches gears, and now the checklist confirm button is actually, instead of running the checklist, I'm going to be asking the first officer to do the go around actions. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly disconnect the ATS. I'm going to sync up my ATS manually because go around on the Challenger is always manual flight, manual throttles. So disconnect, and this
Approaching minimums.
let's say we're going to go around.
500 minimums.
So go around, that go around thrust. I basically have to get it close enough.
Go around thrust set. Positive rate.
I'm gonna first
Flaps 20.
request. This is selecting flaps 20. Then second request is
Gear up.
third request is gonna set us to nav.
Set FMS nav. Flaps 20 indicated. Gear up indicated.
And fourth request,
Set FLZ mode. 200 knots.
cool. And we're already capturing. It goes really quick here. This is a fairly low level off. I'm gonna pull back on the power. You can see this was a completely manual go around. Now if I didn't have just button throttles, it would go a lot better with the throttle control. Just sort of, I had an actual joystick here attached. Cool. Just about 100 feet high. Just gonna back that off a little bit. And I'm also gonna go ATS and autopilot. And if I confirm it again,
Ready for immediate return checklist.
so this now the first officer has concluded all the sort of memory items for a go around, and it's ready to read me a checklist. It's brought up the immediate return checklist, and we're ready to go through it. And if we've already done a missed approach before, it would have cleared that out and set it up again for another check. So if I'm happy the way this is right now, really I'm going to go and set 230 knots. I'm going to request lap 0. We can accomplish the immediate return check. Oh, thank you, maybe whale. Cool. So 230 knots, everything is all good. We're still fairly configured for approach, so we can just quickly bash this one out. This is again another one of those auto-completing checklists, so all I got to do is basically just push the request once to have it start the checklist. So requesting something from the FO is a keybind. Yeah, Rosalo, it's basically just the same thing as the check item here, checklist check item. You can bind this to a joystick or a keyboard, whatever. It's a command and X1 you can use. You usually need to manually change the M1 target on takeoff from TO to climb. Maybe, well, that'll be done by the first officer for you. So as soon as you request the after takeoff checks, it'll do the swap for you automatically. So I'm happy here. We're stable. Everything's good. So just have it start the immediate return checklist.
Immediate return checklist. Pressurization.
It'll reset the check pressurization, make sure that it's good.
Set cross-checked. Frost reversers.
Still armed.
Random data.
It's just, at this point, I have to basically manually confirm because I'm the one who controls what goes in here. I'm just gonna say that I'm happy with the settings we still got in there, so let's go.
Approach briefing.
We could at this point we talk about confirming what are we going to do for the next approach. I'm just going to let it enter the hold here momentarily, and then we'll load up the next approach again. Okay, and there we are. We're in the hold, as confirmed by the hold message here on the HUD, and also on the thing there on the PFD. So everything good. So approach briefing for the approach. What are we going to do? We're going to go for let's see, RNAV X-ray. Yeah, sure. From PubGo, we'll just shoot over to PubGo and then go for an approach there. I'm going to show you what that looks like. We're going to go into plan mode. That's what that approach looks like. So we're currently over here, and we're going to just do a little circle back and rock and roll. Cool. Approach briefing completed.
Fuel quantity and balance.
I'm just going to confirm the exact there. Fuel quantity and balance is still looking happy. We are allowed up to an 800-pound discrepancy in flight, so that's all good.
CAS
messages are all explainable and expected.
Immediate return checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
And you can see it understands that from the immediate return, even though this one is actually located, we go over into the menus here. It's actually located just after the after takeoff check, and there's a bunch of checks before the before landing check. It understands that it needs to skip these two and jump straight up into the before landing check for the immediate return. Yeah, so it basically unloads a bunch of workload from you. Okay, so let's start the new approach. Just go direct PubGo, rock and roll. I just canceled the hold there right away. And it's giving me a top of climb here because it thinks that we're going to climb back up to our cruise altitude. I'm just going to reset it. Let's say 2,500, so it'll shut up. And there we go. New top altitude recomputed. Actually, we might need to climb here. Yeah, we need to climb because that one's 4,000 or above. So in that case, you don't even have to do anything actually, funnily enough. We can just go 4,000 and we'll go... There's a somewhat complicated procedure about how you're supposed to climb here with make sure that it's comfortable with their passengers. I'm just going to do a bit of an unorthodox way, and we're just going to go 1,500 feet up. 1,500 feet a minute. And we'll accelerate up to 250. And you'll see as soon as we capture the new altitude here, 4,000, which is higher than our cruise, it will actually reset the cruise altitude up to 4,000. I'll be asked about how the manual handling is. Usually those bitch are very sensitive and twitchy. I mean, it really comes down to what your controls are like. Probably do more rounds for fun. So I'm gonna make Virtual Graham do more work. Yes. I'll be disabling my FO as much as I possibly can. Pancake King does actually a little less realistic option. As soon as this goes into alt cap here, you'll see it reset the new cruise altitude into 4,000 and it recomputes the new profile immediately. The reason why, you can disable it obviously. Yes, you can go into user settings, FO assist, and you can disable all of these. But it's a less realistic option. The more realistic option is to just let the FO work as a real FO would. I'm gonna milk it for all it's worth. I have enough older add-ons and can't fly. I want to do the job to treat people with one mouse. Yeah. Got buckets of power, but a hand flies smooth with good controls. Yes. I mean, I can turn off the autopilot here. And you can bring up the yoke so you can see. So, I guess, I mean, yeah, if you're just mashing on the yoke here. The trick is that the Challenger does not have variable pitch response. In reality, there is no extra control loading. This is all basically just it's basically just springs in reality. So there is no feel. There is no extra feel with the high speed. And my stick is unfortunately kind of dumb because it has a big zone here in the middle where it just does dumb things. But I guess you can see even if you've got a fairly shitty stick like I do. This is basically just me mashing up against the stops around the center. Even so, it's fairly forgiving. Clearly Graham sound pack. Yes, I actually do plan. This is not going to remain TTS, text to speech. I do plan on changing these out for actually pre-recording messages. I don't know if I'm going to be the one who does them or somebody else. We'll see. I don't want to be bothering Graham. He's got a lot of work to do, so I don't want to be, taking up his time with this. I may use it then. I mean, obviously Graham's voice is going to be much better than mine, but there's a lot of checklists here. So I'm not sure we're going to be re-recording our own Weiss or something. Go away. Usually add-ons will just jump around with very little input. FOAAS. Powered by Graham and Captain. Gosh, have it record a set if you need them. Sure, I might actually reach out. I do want some variety in the voices. There's a lot of checklists though, so be prepared. We might need like 300 recordings from you. Probably more like 500 because there's for the right side confirmations as well. Anyway, so this was a missed approach. Get Brian blessed to record it. Who's that? I'm gonna have to do a thumb up on the yoke, just like the chrono start stop. Is Graham or someone else on type consulting you on all this? I'd imagine yes. I'll just find an obvious question. It's a perfectly valid question. Yes, we have 2 guys that are flying Challenger 650s at this time on the team. In fact, they give us unprecedented access to their aircraft. So we basically, anytime we need, we can basically ask them, and usually within a half hour, one of them will be at the airplane and punching stuff in and testing out. Yeah, set and tested can be somewhere reused, but there's a fair few of them. Cool, so there's a speed constraint here at 180. I'm gonna go like, I don't know, 220 here. Yes, we couldn't really ask for ham sandwich. The most extreme the most extreme sort of testing we've done so far, besides having Pilsner actually sitting in the actual aircraft here, Pilsner is not a pilot of a Challenger, but he's one of the guys who tests for us as well. One of the most extreme ones is we basically have a FaceTime chat with one of the pilots sitting in the cockpit, pointing the camera here at like CDUs and buttons and stuff, and we literally I can literally ask him remotely to punch stuff in to test it out. As long as it doesn't break the airplane, they're happy to even pull breakers and stuff. Since the aircraft, since this is a bizjet, you know, this is not an airliner, so we are most of the time the aircraft is on the ground and available to us, unless it's, you know, somewhere away. We can just anytime basically mess around with the plane. It's pretty crazy the amount of access we get. Cool, I'm gonna enable VNAV here. Go resume. Speed 190. Gonna set the pre-selector here lower. That'll arm the path mode, since I've enabled VNAV mode here. That lets the aircraft descend. And we're coming up here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and select flaps 20. We're still in the go around status. Very not pilot. Really amazing. Yep. They've absolutely made the airplane 1,000 times better than it could have ever been. Just if it was just me and Goran messing around with it from manuals and stuff. There we go, top of descent. There we go, the path has captured. This is an RNAV approach, RMP with curved segments, so obviously that's going to go around the bend here. We are pretty close to actually, you know, starting down on the glide path here, so I'm going to go approach LNAV1, RNP armed. So it's ready to go into glide path mode and take us all the way down to the runway. There we go, VGP mode is captured. This is the final, the segment from the one fix before the final approach fix. This is the final approach fix, and yes, this is a curved segment, but it's already giving you a glide path down the runway. One of the neat things about RNAV approaches, you can have completely non-linear approach paths all the way to the runway, no issues. I test for the everyday person with $1,000 of sim hardware. Yes. And I test for the cheap guy with a mouse yoke. That'll be me. I usually fly with barely any controls at all. Cool. As you can see, we're fairly well set up for the approach. Feel 200-pound discrepancy because of the fact that I've been running the AP for that long. RS test for the postage stamp size monitor. I've been flying without it for a year now. Throttle. Oh, hardware throttle. 2500. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll this back down to 160. We'll take gear and flaps 30. And I'm happy we're here to start the before landing checks, so I'm just going to go ahead and request it once from the first officer.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicator. Nose steer. Armed center clear.
And it does actually check,
Anti-skid.
make sure that the systems are armed, or
Arm
gears down and
tested.
stuff.
Passenger signs.
On.
Wing cowl anti-ice.
Now it's actually asking me, because that is an option, on or off. Which one do you want? I'm going to confirm yes, I'm happy with what we have.
Continuous ignition.
Still on.
Thrust reversers.
Still armed.
Armed. Spoilers.
Stowed.
Stowed auto. Flaps.
And it's again holding for the flaps here, so I'm going to go ahead and slow down to final approach speed here. Lock flaps 45.
Set. CAS.
And again, it's just asking me to make sure that the CAS is explainable. It is. Good.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Got a little bit low on the approach there because of the fact that I've just changed a whole bunch of configurations, so it's basically just resetting itself back up. Also, the scale here is fairly sensitive. It's only 150 feet on final approach. So it continues through the checklist until it hits something that's not right and requires extra confirmation.
1000.
Yes, Pancake. Basically, that's how it works. We can go for another misapproach. I don't know, Reflector Reality Sim Graham, if you were here before. But in case you weren't, I can do another misapproach and show you what that looks like. Just for funsies, I can do it from, I'm going to go ahead and cancel the autopilot, cancel the auto throttle here, and I'm going to show what it would look like if we were on ILS. So, switched over both the indications of green needles now. Okay, cool. So, we're going to pretend we're doing an ILS. Actually, it's already switched over to an ILS because I've switched to sources. So let's say that we are going around, so hit Toga, get juice. As soon as we're within like 4% of the N1,
Go around, Frost said. Positive rate.
push the checklist confirmation once,
Flaps 20.
push it a second time,
Gear up.
push it a third time,
Set FMS nav.
and
Flaps 20 indicated. Gear up indicated.
also push it a fourth time. We'll get a
Set FLZ mode. 200 knots.
okay, altitude select capture. I'm gonna go ATS here and just follow the flight director. Oof, I'm kind of blowing through it. That flaps 0. Okay, and I can go ahead and push the autopilot back in. And so that was the same checklist confirmation button that I've used before. Now it's still sitting in go around state, and if I push it the 5th time, so basically you're already got gear up, flaps up, we've gone through all 4 steps of the go around. So at that point, if I push it again,
Ready for immediate return checklist.
it's confirming that it's back into running checklists for me, and it's set it up for immediate return checklists, and it's ready to go. Don't mind that the cursor is down here on cast, it'll actually return back to the top. So at this point, I could go and run the immediate return checklist, not a problem. And it's also automated, so just push it once.
Immediate return checklist. Pressurization.
It will set it up for me, even if I wasn't.
Altimeters.
It does actually check for
Set cross check.
all being set.
Frost reversers.
Make sure that both are armed.
Random data.
Here it actually is asking for confirmation, so at this point I have to confirm it to manually advance. So I just check that I'm happy with the settings we have here. So obviously our weight has changed quite considerably at this point. So I could go ahead and punch in new values. And once I'm happy with them, I'll just confirm it.
Approach briefing.
I would brief what sort of approach are we going to try next. Are we going to do an ILS? What are we going to do next? I'm going to quickly load up the ILS here. ILS 10 via OGTAG. And we're going to go direct OGTAG. Go for it. Not this way. I'm actually going to turn around the other way. That kind of leads to some high terrain there, and the airplane's not smart enough to know that that's not a good idea. So we're going to redirect OGTAG. Good, and it's now placing the turn onto the appropriate side, so I'm happy with that. Good stuff. And nav mode armed. As soon as we get close to it, it'll actually execute. As soon as we get close to it, it'll capture. Oh, there it is. Good stuff. So I'm happy with the approach briefing. We're going to do the ILS again.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Now it's again asking me for confirmation, so I'm going to check that my fuel quantity and balance is looking good for what I'm about to do.
CAS.
And again, just checking the CAS status again. Pilots flying, having to check for making sure that all the messages there are explainable.
Immediate return checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
So it knows that it needs to jump over to the before landing check. Even though there's a bunch of checklists in between, it will skip all the, you know, descend and in range and all the other stuff because that is no longer applicable for an immediate return. I'm gonna just change it so we don't get the top of climb here. I'm just gonna change our cruise altitude to 2,500. So it shuts up about it. There we go. What do you think? Fairly non-dramatic, is it? Hopefully it takes some of the teeth out of the manually flown missed approach with manual throttles and manual everything. I'm just going to speed up here a little bit. Single action button for the FO go around actions. No, they don't set the thrust for you. I could make it set the thrust, I guess. Should I? I don't know. Not entirely convinced yet. It's essentially I'd be replicating the behaviors of an ATS. I could. Currently, all it's checking for is making sure that we get to within, I think, 4% of the N1 target. Yes. It's basically more like checking whether you set it correctly. Realistically, even if you just shoved it fully forward, it'd be fine. You'd get there. It's also smart enough, for example, though, the positive rate. Full power. Yes. For positive rate, it actually is smart enough to understand when we are actually climbing. So it is looking for the vertical speed indication here. And it understands also for whether you are doing a single engine or a dual engine go around. So for single engine go around, it is looking for at least 800 feet a minute. For single engine go around, I think it's 300 feet a minute is where it will declare positive rate. It will not expect you to be able to do 800 feet a minute on a single engine. How we do a single engine go around? Yeah, we could. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, we could, I guess. Single engine go around. I've been meaning to actually do a landing here, but sure, let's do a single engine go around. Why not? So let's go into. You can also do some environmental failures, smoke in various areas of the aircraft. Let's see, engines. Which one should we fail? We've got more fuel on the left, so let's fail the right engine just for funsies. And what shall we fail? Well, we're going to give the right engine a permanent flame out when we are 500 feet above ground. How about that? Painless. Or if it was fairly intensive. Yes. Actually, I gotta slow down here because I'm about to enter a hold. 230 knot hold, and at a fairly high rate of speed. Good. 230 knots. So we're gonna do an ILS. Everything is explainable so far. I've got VNAV off. That's good. That's expected. I don't need VNAV for now. I'm going to do a conventional approach. Still got all the lights on, all the other good stuff. Probably gonna beep at me twice that we're about to hit top of descent. Because we're just very close to it, but we're gonna actually first overfly it. Ignore the caution there. The double C chord. Actually, it isn't. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Disregard that. And let's see it do a turnaround here. Gonna continue on for a little bit. The ghosted localizer is what that blue stuff is. This is basically just letting you know that it's already pre-tuned the localizer for you. Everything's ready to go. Got 110.3 pre-tuned, and it's also going to pre-select the course here for us. And as for the hold, currently we're still entering the hold, so it hasn't earned the exit yet. It wants to do a full parallel entry. It basically has to fly outbound to make sure that we've got enough room to turn back, and then we'll flip over it back in. At the advance. Show me, there we go. There it turns. You can have it with cabin audio. Alrighty. There's a flip around here. It's going to track back in. Hopefully I'm not going to crash this time. Any crashes that are going to happen are going to be basically just my mistakes, not really the airplane. There we go. You can see it's trimmed out the hold, so it's just leaving a little inbound line. That's just the hold inbound leg. If we look over here, we've got exit selected. We could cancel it if I wanted to. I could put the hold back in if I hit exec here, but I don't. I want to stay. I want to exit the hold and start the approach. So inbound, speed 180. As we're decelerating through 200 knots, I'm going to select flaps 20. Flaps 20. Gordon's got a new wing for me ready to go pretty soon, so that one's going to have animated flaps and everything. I'm not too fussed about it. Good. Coming up close to the center line, so I'm going to hit approach. That gives me approach loc 1, glide slope. And as soon as the localizer starts centering, it'll swap over to green needles. There we go. Green needles are active. Approach loc 1. And just as we're passing over Ogtag, it'll start the descent. That's where we're gonna get Kleislow capture. What does our map track look like so far? Done a fair amount of turns here. Oh yeah, it's pretty consistent, I'd say. Here we go. And Kleislow capture. I'm gonna slow up down to 160 here. Gear down, flaps 30. Even though you're pretty much in the same spot, you need how the deflection of the magenta needle, green needles is different. Yeah, well, the reason is, Pancake King, is that the magenta needles are based on a fixed deviation scale, which is on final approach on RNAV is 0.3 miles. The green needles are basically based on how much the localizer difference depth of modulation, and the localizer is angle sensitive. So if it was further out, it would actually, you could end up with the localizer needles being closer in than the magenta ones. That is entirely normal. Cool. Start the before landing.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicator. Nose steer. Arm center.
Green flaps
Clear.
45.
Anti-skid. Arm tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing. Cowl anti-ice.
This I gotta confirm. Yeah, I'm happy with the way they are.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps. Set. CAS.
It's explainable. I'm happy with it. No unexpected messages. Continue.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Yes, exactly, Ham Sandwich. If I was on an LPV approach, then yes, the magenta needles would go angular, and on the Challenger, and then you'd get a little enunciation. So when you're in magenta needles, you get a RMP indication here on the right, where the localizer deflection is here. We can see that. We'll see that when I start the misapproach. And when you're in an angular LPV mode, this will say ANG, ANG.
1,000.
Land uncontrollable fire. Yeah, perhaps. So, sync up my throttles here.
Approaching minimums.
And offside localizer, that's why I'm sort of going off of the localizer there.
500 minimums.
And we got a engine failure. And I'm gonna pretend we're gonna go around here. Oh,
Positive rate.
okay.
Flaps 20.
Oh, that's going way too high. Not really doing a very good job of it.
Gear up. Flaps 20 indicated.
Come on. There we go. I pulled up a little bit too sharply.
Gear up indicated. Set FMS nav.
There we go, LNAV.
Set FLZ mode. 200 knots.
Yeah, I probably didn't need 200 yet. Gonna be a little bit optimistic there. The ATS is a little bit freaked out. I wonder why it went away for the N1 target. That shouldn't have happened. These beats disagree. That's a system I gotta check. Why aren't you giving me a V speed or an M1 target, dude? Earth? Give me a V speed, an M1 target, dude. There. Just about. That caution there. We're above target speed. +5 accelerating so I can go flaps up. Good stuff. Now I'm gonna go like this. And at this point you go ahead and, you know, select your, set up your rudder trim and all the other good stuff while not flying. Also, we're at a pitch guidance bar, just a wee bit enthusiastic. I mean, I've selected them to, I don't know, I don't think they're too enthusiastic. I'd say that they're pretty close. Well, the auto throttle handling engine out. No, the ATS is 2 engine only. This is what happens when you have only twist grip rudders. So my rudder control is extremely weak. I didn't even go around with full power. Anyway, pull you back. Alright, gotta do this. There. And now I can pull forward. Thing is, if you only have keyboard throttle, that's a little bit sucky. With the autopilot. Give me the rudder trim in there. Good. Now we're more or less stable. SRS would adjust pitch to match conditions to see the corrections you are needing. I'd like to see your flight control page. Okay. Take the autopilot out there. At full power. Let's go ahead and give it full beans. So at high speed, it doesn't really need much. If we slow down... What do you mean, ham sandwich? There's no no SRS here. If I go to the flaps, flappity flaps, and again, I'm lacking hands here. The center of the trim. We'll do another one of those, what it would look like if on a go around, right? So here, and let's go full blast. Give me, so this is go around power. And yeah, you can see here at low speed, we barely have enough control authority. Basically, you have to accelerate the airplane up. This is too steep of a climb. 300 will do. And let's go flaps 20. Get the speed up, reduce the drag because there's a truckload of drag here with flaps 45. And there we go. As we retract the flaps, we finally start getting something happening. You do need rudder. If I was to take the rudder out here, full aileron, well, high speed is fine, but see, this is full aileron, high AOA, and I basically would roll over I kept it like this. So I have to put in a bunch of rudder. And it helps if you don't have to use like piece of shit twist grip. That's really unhappy. What do you mean unhappy? Finally understand GS Mini. Anyway, so as I get speed here, I can actually stop using rudder. Just use aileron at this point. Alrighty.
Ready for immediate return checklist.
Good stuff. Pull back on the power, and we're gonna need a whole heck of a lot of less input to keep the thing from rolling away. Okay. Actually, don't even need all that much rudder trim. And obviously now it's sort of, the more power you put in, the less rudder trim you need. At this point, it'd be nice to have two arms in the sim, or at least have flight controls I could use. I don't really that to my 777 Captain Buddy. He'll get a bigger laugh than I. It's a lot of fighting to stay in the air at low speeds. Well, yeah. High power, low speed, and, you know, I mean, there is a fair amount of moment arm on these engines. So yeah, they will try to spin you around. And there's a lot of flap on the thing at 45. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly help myself out since I don't have two throttles. I'm just gonna pull the other one back to idle. Oh, that one's already at idle. Oh, cool. So I'm gonna unset that failure so we can actually do a normal landing. That's what I've been trying to do here. And let's go. So we still got the AP. We could even do just a windmilling start. Yes, ham sandwich, it does. Didn't you see it? Just now, where I had to use almost all my rudder. Cool. Engine is back online. I'm going to reset the generator here. And let's go. Dual engine operation. ATS. Alright, what are you unhappy about? There we go. Speed. It just waited. It just needed for the N1s to sync up. Where are we? Actually. Alright, I was doing a parallel or probably a teardrop entry. Yeah, that's why. I was trying to do a teardrop entry, but I sort of wandered all the way over, so it's basically trying to do another teardrop entry. Can I go direct back to you? Yes, I could, but who cares? Okay. These beats disagree. Why? Approach. Oh, you probably... Oh, right, that's because I failed the engine. This guy here had a computer reset. I have to check, make sure that doesn't happen. I know what the problem then was with the misapproach. Cool. Let's select a new ILS via aug tag. And we're gonna go Lex, aug tag, direct, enter. Get away with full flaps, engine out? I guess not. I mean, theoretically, yes, you can. You just have to be prepared for it a little bit. You have to basically keep your speed up. And a rudder effect, but AOA are you talking about? Next 111. Alex, so it's a pretty common effect that for any aircraft, the more angle of attack you have, the less effective your ailerons become. So you could see that back when I was... Actually, I gotta cancel out the rudder trim. This is basically now the autopilot was pushing up against the rudder. There we go. So it's a pretty common effect, Alec, when you have high angle of attack, the ailerons become less effective. It effectively kind of becomes stalled. And so to counter torque effects of asymmetric thrust at high angles of attack, you're gonna have to use a lot more rudder. And in fact, ailerons in general become a lot less effective at speed. Cool. Immediate return checks.
Immediate return checklist. Pressurization. Set. Altimeters. Set cross-checked. Thrust reversers. Armed. Landing data.
Nice set.
Approach briefing.
Yes. Confirmed. Or completed.
Fuel quantity and balance.
It's good.
CAS.
It's checked.
Immediate return checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Cool. Let's see. 33.6 is predicted landing fuel. Actually, I'm going to change my performance here. So approach 33.6. Going to give us lower landing speeds or approach speeds. Yes. You're welcome, Alec. I'll just time accelerate to the landing so you can see what an actual normal landing looks like with the first officer here. We'll just quickly time accelerate through there. Going 3x now for speed. We could probably get even more out of it. Let me see. If I uncouple VSync, I can get almost 90 FPS. So that means I can get to something like 4x time acceleration. 3.3, 3.5, 3.6. Nippy. Going a little bit low over the terrain here, but whatever. And the brief moment of running single engine actually balanced out our fuel nicely. You can see from this angle here, it's predicting it'll do a teardrop entry on the hold. We can confirm that by looking at hold aug tag here. It says teardrop. I'm going a little bit fast here. So I'm just going to go and pull it back. To 230. Good stuff. Ah, right. I wanted to show you so I can actually re-enable VSync back. Uh, Here you can see the RMP indication. It'll beat me to the man. Yeah, I'm quick. Here you can see the RMP indication. So right now we are in 1.04 RMP. So that is basically telling us the lateral scaling. Full deflection here is now 1 mile cross track. Obviously we're more than that cross track. We can check the actual number. We look over here, cross track right 2.35 at this point. It's because of the fact that we're doing a procedure entry or hold entry. And as soon as we're far enough swung out on the hold, it'll turn back in. Doing a 30-degree offset. Maybe I should make it do a 45. I'm not sure. What would be better? I think the FMS does a 30 degree. There we go. So it's deleted the hold, or rather, it actually hasn't actually deleted the hold. All it's done is armed the exit. The hold is still there. So if I wanted to cancel the exit, I could still do that. And so yeah, that is why the swing out from the magenta needle is less. And on the final, or towards the final approach fix here, if we were, I think for this segment here, it goes to 0.3. I can actually check that. If I go in here, you can check the FMS data. You go to leg wind, leg data. Oh, hang on. That's under leg info, isn't it? I'd have to cancel the hold here. I'd have to be somewhere else other than inside of the hold here. Which we can do. Can we? I'd have to access another page here called leg info, which shows you the RMPs for the legs. And there we go, coming into center. Now, as long as I don't arm approach here on an ILS approach, it'll still sit in FMS guidance until I tell it to do otherwise. So when I'm happy, when I've been cleared for the approach and I'm happy that we can actually intercept the localizer, I can go and push approach. And there we go. Swapped over an approach. So the FMSs cross-talk to each other. Make sure that the change happens on both sides of the avionics, because these guys are fully independent. There's no shared data between them. They have to talk over a bunch of internal buses to each other. Make sure the changeover is good and fine and good and proper. Alrighty. How far are we from that fix there? Coming up on 5 miles from Ogteg. We've still got a bunch of time to go to the runway. About 14 miles, 13 miles. We can slow it down to 210. And as I come over here, over Octag, I'm going to slow it down to 180 and take flaps 20. May I request some tea, please? Thank you. Gotta keep hydrated and stuff. Cool, coming up on Ogtag, I'm going to take speed 180. And as our speed decays through 200, I'm going to take flaps 20. That'll get the nose nicely aligned with the horizon there. Flaps 20. There we go, glide slope. $2,500 feet. Actually, I can take speed now down to we're below 2,500 feet. That is a pretty good target for speed 160, and we're gonna keep this speed up to 4 miles. Now usually that is sort of what ATC will aim for. It doesn't have to be here, obviously, since we're flying alone. I could do whatever. But I'm trying to keep that sort of realistic flow going there. Okay, 2,000 feet, I'm gonna request a checklist.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. Nose steer. Orange center, clear. Anti-skid.
It actually pushes the little button here.
Orange tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing, cowl anti-ice.
I'm happy with those, so I'm gonna confirm it.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto.
I think
Flaps.
the rudder is a little bit out of center there. So flaps, it's just waiting for the flaps there. The other way around. Stuff. Okay, start slowing down here. Slowing down to 131. I like it just to line up the blue here with the magenta target. Flaps 45. Because we're in final config and below 1,500
Cast.
feet, it will start giving us the indications here on the HUD for the final approach angle. Gas is explainable, so confirm that.
Before
1,000.
landing checklist complete.
And there we go, 1,000
After
feet,
landing checklist next.
and the before landing checks are completed. Thank you. Take a sip of my tea here. Actually, it's probably going to be a little bit too hot for now, so I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. That's fine, thank you. Cool. So, push the button here for autopilot disconnect. Check these out. I'm going to disconnect the ATS as
Approaching
well.
minimums.
I already had it sort of aligned there, so I didn't pop up the sync display.
500 minimums.
Continue. Just keep it lined up there. Keeping the HUD there lined up with the PAPIs with the final approach angle indicator. Since this is conformal, it will match exactly where we're going to land, where we're going to go.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
There we go. Cool. It was a serviceable landing. Not too good, but not destructive. Cool. Reverse is stowed. Gonna do a turnaround here on the runway. A bit fast for the turnaround, but sure, whatever. Our passenger is used to slightly rodeo style driving. So, cancel the ATS. One of the things that the automatic first officer is not going to do is it's not going to turn off lights for you. So it's not going to turn off your landing lights in case you need them to look outside. Hey, leading edge. Yeah, a little bit of a lead streaming there. Yeah, it's just messing about with stuff. I finished some stuff, pushed to build, and so I just wanted to show off what I'd done, I guess. It's not going to turn off the landing lights for us. It'll check that they've been turned off, but it will not turn them off for me. So I'll do this manually. And I'll show you what it looks like if it stops on an item. I'm gonna leave the spoilers deliberately pulled out, so the spoilers are my side. So first officer's not gonna touch them. What it will do is as soon as we are far away from the runway, far enough from the runway, it'll turn off the anti-collision light there. There we are. Let's pretend that we are gonna stop here. And I'm gonna request the next checklist. So again, push the button for the next checklist.
After landing checklist.
We'll retract the flaps.
Landing pulse. Record lights.
Check and make sure that those are off.
Anti-collision
That
lights.
one's also off.
Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes.
It'll even cancel the caution there.
Off. Wing anti-ice.
That one's off already.
Off. Cowl anti-ice.
This is asking me whether I want it on or off. You can leave it on for taxi. That's fine when it's icing. I'm just going to confirm I don't want it on, or I'm happy the way it is.
Spoilers.
You see I've got the spoilers still out, and so it's waiting for me to stow them.
Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC. TCAS. Alton. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
Okay, so we can go ahead and taxi. The engine shutdown check is mine after this. So up until this point, the airplane's is in motion. We're basically flying and driving and stuff. And so until the engines are basically, so to speak, until we've reached our final parking position, I am only responsible for pointing the aircraft in the right place and making decisions. And the first officer is basically taking care of everything with respect to setting the airplane up systems-wise. As soon as we're parked, I take over configuration duties again. I don't know why they designed it this way on a Challenger, but that is the way that the official procedures are designed. So let's go ahead and stop right there. Parking brake is set. We got the parking brake lamp or CAS message there. And at this point, we're going to do the shutdown checks.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights.
Now this is just confirming it at this point, right? So it's following me along, but it's expecting me to do stuff. Shutdown checks are mine to do, and the first officer is just going to confirm.
Off. Parking brake.
That one's already set.
Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
I got to do those myself.
Off. Engine 2 shutdown. Fuel boost pumps.
So I'm going to kill them.
Off. Fuel system.
You can do a boost pump check and everything. This it doesn't check, so I'm just going to confirm that manually.
Engine 1 shutdown. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
Yes, that's confirmed. Continue.
Anti-ice.
Checking that these are off.
Off. 14th stage.
I'm going to have to push those
Off.
out.
Beacon. Off. Nose steer. Off. ATC TCAS.
I have to clear this out, so we'll go ahead and push you standby and set 0.
Standby 0. Parking brake if chocked.
I could go ahead and request the chocks here. I could, so this will wait for me to manually confirm it because it can be either or. I'm just going to go ahead and release the parking brake and say I'm happy here.
Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential.
It will check.
0 PSI. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
Bars done. Door molding is done. UV mapping is done. Yep. Cool. Securing checklist I'm not going to do here. I could, but I don't. Securing checklist, basically you have to do sort of yourself because that involves you shutting down the avionics, which will kill the automatic checklist function. So you'd have to have like a printed out version of it. The the secure and checklist, basically from here on out, from point 9, you'd have to do it on paper, because as soon as you shut down the engine generator, the electronic checklist goes away. Cool. Obviously, as soon as you turn off the battery master, all the avionics are going to shut down. Right. So shall we do a quick flight somewhere? Just to do like a full, from start to finish. Yeah, you're going to have to check the ITTs and good stuff. What about the seats? Let's do a full flight. Anybody got suggestions for a origin and destination? Something maybe about an hour away, but not more than that. Yeah, the engine heat is pretty good. 270, not too hot, but the engines are warm. So if you come back over the back side, you can actually see that they are still radiating. They're fairly shimmery. We'll be hiding an Easter egg at the next plane under them. Silly question, maybe you'd done a flight on TGLC or maybe Lugano's for fun steep approaches. Amy, I'd have to modify the model. I haven't yet implemented the steep approach option. Using EJJ LFBL MIST div LFPG as a test. Good idea. Let's do that. I think I have scenery for everything. So EGJJ, Jersey. Let's see, where do we park? Cargo. This is airline stuff. These are, I don't know what these guys are. Where do you park? Alex Snay on the EGLC then. Yeah, I haven't yet implemented. The Challenger can do London City. It's just I have to implement, there's going to be a couple extra buttons in here. And I have to implement the steep approach option into the TAWS system. Cargo apron, west-south, EGJJ, I guess you could. Le Bourget, and then de Gaulle for the div. Yeah, good. So, EGJJ, cargo apron. Let's go there then. We shall do it Graham style, nil wins. Yeah, there already is an Easter egg. Let's see what happens. As far as I can see, the aircraft isn't capable since the approach was changed to be visual only for Lugano now. Yes, we're in chocks. Now, how do we actually get out of here? Okay, I'm gonna change the aircraft position here because we would definitely not be parking here. Come on, explain. Close enough. There. Here we could park. Probably wouldn't, but we could, at least. There we go. Select the rainy preset and you'll get the regular British weather. Movies are accurate. Reasonably. What's this guy doing here? Yeah, what it would... Yeah, the Aero Club stuff would have put us in the grass here. Would really not have been good. So, Let's do a flight plan. LFBL. Do I have a preset for that? I think I do, don't I? Yes, I do. Cool. New flight. EGJJ to LFBL. How far is it? 300 miles. Oh, it's an interesting path. Definitely we'll give it a test. And Le Bourget, what is its what is the code? 40 knot fog. Down a tower. Down by the tower is the best place for biz jets. Ah, so why didn't you tell me? So down here? Somewhere. Okay. Sure, let's go there. Interesting that this piece of pavement isn't apparently showing up in X-plane as pavement. How about like this? Actually call the cargo area LFPB for Le Bourget. Oh, thank you. We probably didn't see any of that. Okay, alternate LFPB. Stuff, I don't need any of this. Path is good. Wow, that's quite the diversion though. We want to go there. LFBL. Yeah, that's going to be quite the diversion. The 200-mile diversion, but sure. Let's go for that. Cool. Generate a flight. Yeah, let's go. Back in the sim we go. So does this parking position look realistic? Somewhat. I was trying to avoid some trucks that are driving through here, so we're not going to get smacked or something. Cool, let's power up. All right, let's turn on the emergency lights because we sort of repositioned the airplane without reloading or anything. That's fine. So, squib test.
Jet pipe overheat.
Hopefully we're not going to get run over by trucks in here either. Hopefully not. Cool. AP avail. You can actually switch on the power as soon as you see that green. Such a great looking airplane. How's the stream going? Hey, heli pilot. Doing well. There we go. 400 hertz, 115 volts. More or less, close enough. Doing pretty good. Rock and roll. Let's get going. It's gonna take a while. Well, let's do the checklist quickly. Let's see. Yep.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
Checked.
Nav lights, logo light,
On.
cockpit lights,
Are set.
lamp test,
We should have bathroom. Rifle poo, it's fairly unfinished so far, so the bathroom is barely there. Lamp test. Actually, let's consider this the second flight of the day, so we will have done both of these.
FMS database status.
So we would cycle this guy, so go into index status, cycle the database, cycle it again, and it will have dumped out everything out of the flight plans, so that's what we expect.
FMS flight plan uplink, ATs.
So we'll go into flight plan recall, tail number 650 on SimBrief. I'm going to send that over. So we requested that.
Anti-skid.
We do a test of the anti-skid. Anti-skid and test, good. Downlink flight plan, data link flight plan loaded. So sec flight plan here, EGJJ LFBL. Go ahead and activate it. For departure, what are we going to do for departure? Just a loop about flight controls in 8319. Interesting. Spicy. Let's just quickly have a look in the charts. Do we not have charts here? Did my charts die? They should work. Oh right, I didn't activate the flight plan yet, that's why. So go like this, execute. As soon as I do that, the system will populate the charts. Wrong knob there, that one. And for departure, we said we wanted which one? We wanted Orval 1 Alpha. So which one's that? Blah blah blah. Orval 1 Alpha. Well, can go with either runway. Which one should we take? Will there be synthetic vision in the HUD? Right, if you put the HUD in reality doesn't do well, it kind of does, but theoretically, yes. I didn't fully commit to doing the synthetic vision in there though yet. Let's. Which one's the spicier one? I think this one's the spicier one. Sorta. So that'll be runway 26. Orval 1 Alpha. And that matches everything we expect. Good stuff. Cool. Get rid of the charts here. Continue with the checklist.
Nose door.
Yes, clear.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
Bring up the hydraulic page here. Done.
Brake pressure.
Checked.
Parking brake.
Set. I'm gonna take the chocks away.
Nose door.
Closed.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
Set up the rest of them.
Electric panel.
Is set.
AC/DC utility switch.
Is off.
Start ignition panel.
Is checked.
Fuel panel.
I'm gonna skip that check.
APU LCV.
Oh, that'd be a fuel panel would check every day, but
10th stage isolation valve.
open.
Tanks.
Packs are coming on.
Air conditioning panel.
Set. Or checked.
Pressurization panel.
Checked and set.
Bleed air panel.
Yes, checked.
Supplemental.
This we're gonna skip from the
Emergency lights.
first flight of the day. Haven't finished the exterior lighting yet. Not quite.
Passenger signs.
On.
ELT.
Armed.
Glare shield panel.
Yes. Set.
Crew and passenger oxygen.
Yes. Quick test of that. And check that that's norm, and we've got good pressure, 1990 psi.
DC warning panel.
Yes, good.
CVR.
Not simulated yet.
Audio panels.
Are set.
SPS system.
Well, skip you. That's a first flight of the day
Integrated
thing.
standby instrument.
Yes, check and set.
Clock.
Reset.
FSICas.
Is all explainable and looking good. No amber, nothing where I don't expect it.
TOS warning switches.
Those are guarded.
Pitch and roll disconnect.
In and stowed.
Ground spoilers.
Are auto.
Thrust reversers.
Gonna be armed.
Thrust levers.
Checked, and they're shut off.
Engine speed switches.
They are on. These will skip.
Trims mock trim.
Trims, we'll just go ahead and power them on, and we'll set them for departure. Right there.
Yaw dampers.
Are engaged.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
Are all norm and out.
IRS.
Are getting ready to be aligned. How long are you going to take to align? Oh, there we go, just aligned.
CPDLC.
Not simulated yet.
ATs and clearance.
Is obtained.
FMS flight plan. Wind update perf.
And so we got to go and do a wind update. And perf. Gonna be 15 degrees. Perf in it. What is our cruise altitude again? 390. So F390. Runway stuff is good. All this I'm happy with. Got a flight plan. Winds are loaded up. Not quite. Fetch the wrong altitude here. We'll go into route menu again. Actually, we're not going to even do winds because we don't have. I'm not going to run real winds. I'm going to do nil winds. We also get modeling and texturing streams. It really depends on Gordon. You're finding in a blind file but not shipped yet. Need to finalize positions for more than half of the lights in the current tester's model. Yes.
Takeoff data.
Takeoff data is set.
Avionics charts.
Are all set up. Now we do make sure that we've got all the avionics setup stuff there. Flight instruments.
Flight instruments.
Gonna be on FMS1. And we're gonna go initially up to 5,000. Which is a constraint, yes. Actually, gotta go perf. F390 is our cruise altitude, so we get fuel computation. We're also gonna clear the fuel here. And yeah, that cleared out my V speeds. I gotta recompute those. 36.9 is our weight. And that. Hopefully we didn't get any payload from Explain Good Stuff. Okay, flight instruments are checked. 5,000. I'm going to pre-select speed 200. All the other good stuff. Fine.
Departure briefing.
Departure brief. We know what we're going to do. It's just runway heading, turn around, direct perch. Oh, runway heading to 1,800 feet. 263. Let's see, Orval 1 Alpha. Turn left, 098 track perch. Across 5,000. Interesting that there's a climb initially to 1,800 feet. Why is that coded there? I have no idea. Then left, 098 to perch. Up to 5,000. Orval is the constraint there at Orval. Good stuff.
Emergency procedures.
Yeah, sure, whatever. If there's any emergencies, you just scream at the top of your lungs. That'll save us.
Pins covers chocks.
On board.
Cabin light. Flight
All that other
compartment
good
checklist
stuff.
complete.
Rock and
Engine
roll.
start checklist next.
So let's go ahead and start up the engines.
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Are closed.
Parking brake and pressure.
Is set. And pressure's looking good. Parking brake set.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Is looking good and balanced.
Beacon.
Beacon is on.
Fuel boost pumps.
On. And green lights or green cast
Ignition.
messages. Ignition, we're gonna go B again.
Engine to start.
Alrighty, rock and roll. Let's go. You might have seen a brief cabin climb there. That was as the packs came offline. They caused a slight spike in the cabin rate up. How's work coming along? We're in texture and light at the end of the tunnel are still no end in sight. Well, we're very much at the light at the end of the tunnel phase at this point. Not, yeah. I didn't want to speak for Goran there, but yeah, we're coming along pretty good. You can see the packs as they come back online. We're gonna get a descent here.
Fuel system.
So we're gonna go ahead and check. We're gonna stay on. I'm gonna go out. Do yellow cast messages. Good. Checked.
Engine 1 start.
And as we start up the other engine again, packs are coming offline. The system automatically controls packs for you. Some feedback on a potential customer prefer a hidden yoke rather than a mini yoke. That's a trivial option. Reflected reality sim, I do want the mini yokes much more than a hidden yoke. First of all, it doesn't include any I'm sorry, I prefer the mini yoke over a hidden yoke because let me just complete the checklist here.
Engine start checklist complete.
After
Start checklist next.
Reason being, quite simply, because with a hidden yoke, you can't do most of the tests. So for instance, you cannot see if you're actually doing this, or if you're doing this, or if you're actually getting the stick pusher working. And you can with a mini yoke. And it also doesn't really, you know, how low would you have to be to actually occlude the screen with the mini yoke? If you're anywhere where you actually are able to see outside, the yoke's already out of the way. So, I mean, even if you push it all the way forward, it's not in your way anywhere near. I guess if you're like this, but then you actually can't even see outside. So, we have sized the yoke in such a way such that it wouldn't really occlude your ability to see. Cool. After start stuff.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
We're on.
Ignition.
Is off.
Packs.
On.
14th stage.
Is open. Both options would be nice. What for would you really need them?
Cowl anti-ice.
Skip that.
Flight controls.
Light control check. So we'll go ahead and check. Left. Right. Down. Up. Rudder left. Rudder right. And we could do a full circle with the yoke here. Light controls checked. We're gonna skip these.
Fuel balance.
Yes, good.
Trims.
Set.
Nose
Preset for
steer.
takeoff. Nose steer is on.
APR.
We go ahead and test use. So APR Uno. APR 1 test OK. APR 2. APR 2 test OK.
ADG unit.
ADG unit test is back here. Light goes out. Good stuff.
Supplement.
Okay, skip
ATS.
those. ATS, we have to basically give it toga mode and then kill it on the flight director. Will give us N1TO.
ATC TCAS.
ATC, we gotta go and give it a code. I don't know, like, sure, something like that. Altitude on.
After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Good stuff, let's go. Clear left, clear right, quickly before a truck comes and kills my plans here. So steering was checked. Steering is good. Brakes are good. Let's go. And at this point, first officer is going to take care of everything for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and steer the aircraft on the ground. In fact, what I'm going to do, I get rid of flight controls here. Just gonna roll this guy back over where I want you. Right there. I'm gonna take the ICAS over here, and then I'm gonna bring up my charts on this side. So I can look at charts and let the first officer do the checklist on their side.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
I'm happy with the way it is.
Brakes and steering.
Have been checked.
Reverse thrust.
Well, that would be only a first flight of the day thing, so we'll skip you.
If taxiing to D. Flaps.
Alright, we gotta set flaps.
-20. Altimeters. Set cross checked. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing.
Is reviewed.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Alrighty. So this is kind of a more realistic taxi. You do the taxi checklist on the taxi, and then do it before takeoff when you get clearance. Gotta have to slow down a little bit here. I'm gonna blow through these sharp turns too fast. We are doing my parking lot. Flaps 20 for takeoff. Yes, Cajun Josh. That is the lowest setting we've got. Yes, so it's always flaps 20 for takeoff. These flaps go all the way up to 45. There's a load of flap out there. As I said before, Gordon's got a new wing model, so that's going to be coming later with all the articulation on it. Stuff. DRJ is in my parking spot. People keep comparing this. Oh, it looks like a CRJ. It's just small CRJ. No, it's the other way. This CRJ is a fat Challenger. This guy was the Challenger was first. We were first. CRJ came later. See, and I haven't actually added any power. Thrust levers are still at idle. We're already doing 20 knots. "21 knots. We got plenty of idle thrust. Well, we get different cabin options like colored seats in cabin. Eventually, the first sort of big cabin option that we want to do later on after release is the medevac. Cool, coming up to the hold short line here. So for quicksies, I'm just gonna stop here, get clear this. And we're gonna turn on the synthetic vision. Okay, so just stop. Parking brake is on. Get rid of this, and I'm going to turn on my synthetic vision here on my side. And I can go. Yeah. Yeah, different colors are pretty straightforward. So, go toga, push for toga. I'm going to take LNAV and VNAV. And let's do checklists.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision lights. On. Windshield heat.
Hit the step
On.
there.
Wing and cowl anti-ice.
And those are good.
Continuous ignition. On. ATCT CAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS takeoff config OK.
It's looking good. I can confirm
Landing
that.
palace, record lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete. After takeoff checklist next.
Okay, let's go. ATS. Okay, you're looking for 90.4 on the thrust there. Airspeed's alive. Go N1, hold 90.2 and 89.9 on the other one. There's already V1. Rotate. Positive rate. LNAV is already engaged. There's 1,000 feet. I'm gonna go flight level change 200. Okay, following the flight director there. I'm just basically looking and making the little circle in the heads-up display line up with the big one. And I'm happy here. I'm gonna take the autopilot on. I like my low workload a little bit. Big flaps up. We're already above target speed. B230. And speed 250. 1,000 feet to go. Here we go, VLS cap. Nicely capturing. Airplane's leveling off there. Pulling back on the power to keep 250. As mentioned before, she's got a lot of power, so it can be a little bit finicky getting it to on the initial capture. There we go, 5,000, 250 speed. I'm going to run the after takeoff checks.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition. Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shutdown. Passenger signs.
I'm going to keep those on, so I'm just going to confirm it the way it is.
CAS.
It's looking good. No cautions and no warnings unexplainable.
After takeoff checklist complete.
And there we go. CL650 was the one who introduced me to Toto with the suggestion we collab on the TBM. Yes. did hear about this, but to be honest, I'll leave it when I see when it's released. Yeah, that's true. We're above transition altitude here. We can go ahead and set standard. Set standard. I have to check why it's. This shouldn't be drifting off that far. I have to fix that guy. Yeah, it's 5,000 and 5,000 here, so it's going to be a little bit unhappy when we're just a few feet below and a few feet above. I might make that, I don't know, maybe make it like a 10-foot hysteresis range so it doesn't quite become so finicky. Cool, and after that, we got 5,000 feet until Orval, which I can show if I go into display menu. I'll show altitudes. We got 5,000 at Orval. We'll just leave it here. I'm going to show you what the what the VNav does when we get there. We've got VNav engaged. VNav lamps are on here. And we got VLS. That tells me that we are in VNav mode. I'm going to just pre-select the next altitude higher. Let's go to flight level 390. Yes. The APU run on pass if you need a max performance takeoff. Yes, that is the normal state. You can go packs on engines if you want. That's also fine, but the normal mode is to run the packs on the APU for takeoff. So as we get closer to as we get within 1 minute of Orval here, you're going to see this constraint has disappeared. We are in V alt, so it's still sitting ready to go. So it's still holding altitude here, but it's already pre-armed flight level change in white. Disregard that blinking there. It's going to go away as soon as we go higher. And when we get to within 1 minute, we get a white BOC, bottom of climb, also here on the HUD. We're getting to within 10 seconds of sequencing. Don't be confused. Just because it's a sequence doesn't mean we're going to start immediately. It's waiting until we pass a beam Orval before it does the climb. You'll hear 2 C-chord enunciations before 5 seconds before it starts to climb. So 5 seconds, BOC flashing, telling us, hey, we're about to start the climb. There we go, VFLC has engaged. Engines are going to run up to full power, or climb power. And rocket climb, here we go. Now, generally, the guys actually, when they're flying this thing, they're doing a much gentler climb. Because as you can see, it's rather brutal initially. Just toggle the standard barrow here. 5,700 feet a minute, 5,800 feet a minute initially. It does go pretty, there's a lot of juice. We're going to go into FMS speed here, so magenta speeds here. How high can the Challenger go again? Flight level 410, bottle. So you see 5,000 feet a minute at 10,000 feet. Not a problem, but that gives you quite a deck angle. So the guys, usually they do a slightly gentler climb. They're not quite as crazy about it as I am. But I don't care. So 270 speed set. The airplane's going to slowly nose over. Very gently. Also got a turn going here onto the next path. And as soon as we sort of get ourselves established on this path here, I'm going to take the have a good LPV. There is RMP to LFBL with LPV minimums, so I guess Toto could be wanted. For any chance we could do a NPA arrival rather than an ILS? How to handle an FMS approach? Yes. Mike Hatterhouse, not a problem. Absolutely, we can do that. Cool. So deck angle is below 10 degrees. We're just about level out for a fair amount of time here. So to that end, I'm just going to go and set the seat belts over to auto, and now we basically release the cabinet and, you know, go ahead and get their champagne and stuff. Top of climb is still about 80 miles away, 70 miles away. But yeah, we absolutely can do a LPV. For the time being, I'm gonna actually take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna leave the thing here running, and I guess you can watch it as it does its climby thing. So, talk to you in a moment. 5-minute break. There we go. Just switched over to RMP 2.0. That means we're in the en route phase. Let me just bring this over to pause so you can see it. Cool. Talk to you in 5 minutes, folks. Alrighty, back in the saddle here with a glass of water. Right. Yeah, Pancake King is asking, is it just me or does the like 2 engines is right in between 2 different sound levels? Yeah, sync your props. I don't think it's still me. Yes, it is. Pancake King, that is exactly what that is, what you're hearing. So I can show you if I bring up the pedestal here. I can actually disconnect the ATS. Now watch this. if I pull it back even more. Now the reason for that is the fact that the two fans are spinning at slightly different speeds. So if I bring up the fan, the exact RPM display, you can see them. And compare the fan RPMs here. 7,230, 71, whatever. So they're about 100 RPMs apart. Does the Q400 not do prop bass sounds? That's a key Q400 PAX experience. Yeah, it probably is, yeah. Anyway, and as soon as I re-engage the ATS has an automatic N1 sync function, so watch this. Engine, right engine, left engine, get them nicely lined up. You can watch them. So they are currently about 100 RPMs apart. And I'm going to bring up the captain's glare shield. And I'm going to switch on the ATS again. And the ATS is going to manipulate the throttles back in line to get them both synced up as close as it can. So they are, right now they're, 3 or 4, usually it'll aim for plus or minus 1 or 2 RPMs apart. That means there's still that beating sound, but the beating will only happen at a rate of 1 beat per minute, which means it's essentially inaudible. 1 to 2 beats a minute, it's one beat every 30 to 60 seconds. It's essentially just, it sounds like a slowly rising or very slowly descending tone. There we go. They are about, yeah, they're pretty much in sync now. Or you can be here in the cockpit with the headset on, you can't hear anything. In fact, in here, in the cockpit, the engines are much quieter, obviously. Up here, the most noticeable noise is actually the windscreen. You're gonna hear the wind. Hope the sound is good, or the sound levels are good. Still doing the sound. It's like the wind noise is cutting in and out. And I think it's the engine being out of sync. VFLC mock mode. Somebody call Transport Canada. Yeah. We could do this. There. Theoretically, you're not supposed to be using VNAV speed with Mach mode hold. Whatever. The airplane is able to do it just fine. It's just somebody being a little bit picky about it, in reality. I'm actually thinking I might do flight level 370, just because up to flight level 390, it's a fairly short trip, so we're not going to force the airplane up all the way there. And I'll just roll this down to flight level 370 and we're going to be good. Yeah, the Challenger has a few weird ones. Are we actually running realistic atmospheres? Yes, we are. Yeah, we're running realistic atmospheric model. Cool. UFS data has a lap short of 1.9. Cool. So yeah. At this point, it's sort of like every other airliner. So just sit here and I don't know. I guess you watch indications or something. 1,000 feet to go. Cancel the alert there. And since we got places to be and fuel to burn, we're gonna go Mach 0.82. Is really kind of the maximum the Challenger can or should be doing. You can go theoretically the red line's Mach 0.85, but getting there would actually require a bit of a descent. The airplane gets fairly draggy at high speeds. And these engines are not exactly, I wouldn't call them gutless at high speed or high altitudes, but yeah, it takes them a little while to get you up to where you want to go. Yeah, there we go. That was a turn. That was about 10 miles early. Pretty close to the maximum, which is 12 miles, is the anticipation limit at high speed, above 370 knots. And it's doing 12.5 degrees, which is the maximum for the current bank limit mode. So if the flight plan has fairly sharp turns, it actually might not be able to do it. One of the things you guys might like is the fact that offset operations are implemented, of course. So we could do a lateral offset. We could go like, I don't know, right 5 miles. We could go left 5 miles. In fact, it even accepts if you now enter just a number here. We'll just do a partial entry. And let's say offset here, OFST and OFST. I'll let you know that's doing offset operations. Half bank mode have an implications with remaining RMP2. Half bank mode automatically comes on at 31,600 feet. And no, it doesn't have any special implications, no. RMP2 is navigational precision, not for fly past angles. You can see now the airplane's shuttling itself over to the new offset position. If we bring up our progress page, we can see the cross track. How much did I put in? Left 5. Okay. So we're currently across 3.6 and descending or decreasing. And obviously it will sequence waypoints just fine like this. At least it should. Fortunately, it didn't make a liar out of me. So yeah, you can see it's sort of it's sneaking its way up to that left 5 mile offset. It's not trying to just slam over to the new offset location. It will slowly get itself there. This is mostly meant for things like oceanic operations. And if we have more than, and it also supports, as you can see over here, won't show up on this map. Let me see. I think it should. Yes. As you can see, it also supports turns, so we'll correctly join them up nicely. It does turn anticipation on the inside here if we were, so it would actually correctly turn early. It wouldn't overshoot. We can actually leave it on top of descent there. Oh, we'll be fine. We can actually do a descent with offset. Understand, but I'm kind of commencing a turn nearly 10 miles out will put you outside of the half-scale CDI. Perhaps. The way that the flyby system works is it tries to how would I explain this? It is not aiming for CDI deflections. It's simply trying to null this out. But if it has to fly more than the CDI deflection, it doesn't really care. What it aims for is to do a smooth connect. Smoothness is more important than an absolute deflection, especially at high speeds. Oh, the offset message is also offset. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying, isn't it? But yeah, it really does appear offset here on the CDU. I don't know why, but that's the way they designed it. I'm going to keep this other CDU over on the prog page so we can see we're down a 1 mile cross track. .9 miles cross track. This small Easter egg put in the sim programmer when developing the original FMS. I don't know, perhaps. I really couldn't imagine why, but maybe they did. Yes, you can actually do a descent with an offset. That's fine. The offset will terminate automatically once you get to a more than, I think, a 100-degree turn will terminate an offset, and it will also terminate if you enter a SID or a terminal approach area. So within 30 miles of the destination, and or once you enter, a star or a, no, I think on a star it's fine, but certain leg sequences, approach definitely will terminate it. And certain leg sequencing will also terminate it. Things like arcs and that kind of stuff will terminate it. Doesn't exactly zero deflection on CDI needle at all times. Unflyable. I mean, we're going Mach 0.8, and we're down to Mach 0.4 nautical mile cross, and it's pulling it closer and closer. This, you have to understand, this is mostly meant for oceanic operations, which means high speed a lot of time. And you've got a lot of... what the hell is this? 400 messages? What the hell happened in chat here? Do I gotta go and do, like, put down the law? Hey, Pancake King, how's it going? Do I have to be concerned about what's going on in Discord? Has the TOLIS 8340 released? Oh, it has. Or has it? 8340 being discussed. Okay. Sure. I hope you guys are having fun. Orange should not look. Yeah, perhaps. Go VNav. And since we're getting close to top of descent here, what do we got for plan for approach? For arrival, actually. I don't have, yeah, we're direct. LOE direct. So, I'm going to leave that there. Check altitude select. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little thing here. I'm going to go fix. Just realized. Why is this text here not lined up correctly? Only on the left one. Okay, there we go. disregard that. We're not going to use the top of descent there. No comment. Virtualize. So we're going to go fix. And what's our destination again? I keep forgetting the name of the here. LFBL. So LFBL. Reference fix. We're going to go 10 mile distance. Ah, interesting. So LOE, the elevation of the field, LFBL, 1-9, your elevation is 1,300 feet, so 4,300. I'm going to put 4,300 at LOE. And yep, I'm happy with that. So let's recompute it. We're still high. That's fine. Now we can go ahead and descend now. I'm just gonna roll you down to like flight level 210. So this is all looking good so far. Well, operating outside of more than a half scale is out of tolerance in Australia. I require clearance to do so, which is why I ask. Here's whether you would be therefore required. Well, Mike Hatterhouse, how are you going to make a turn if you're not able to comply with that? Because let's say you got a 90-degree turn at Mach 0.82, you're not going to be within within 1 mile. Just not possible. So the market is so saturated, Airbus is now getting a little crazy. At least this one's a little bit different. A340 is pretty rad. And then delete their form. What are these people talking about? Yeah. Cool. So how high are we? 190 knots, sure. How are we looking on frog page here? Cool, we're catching up. So vertical deviation is coming down. That's good. We're going to catch up to it eventually. Yes, please do pop in here if you want. We're going to go 300 knots for the speed. And in fact, I always show the whole logo. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't care. Cool. Gotta hide this because it's kind of distracting me. Keep an eye on Discord, folks, for me, please, so stuff doesn't go off the rails there. I gotta focus here. 18,000. So what was the approach that we wanted to do here? RMP 03. That's an LPV. Yes, LPV Cat 1. And do we have a suitable initial approach fix? NERT. That looks kind of like what we might want. So go in here, departure arrival. RMP21. RMP03, right? That's the one you wanted. You wanted me to do. So actually I'm going to jump a little bit forward. Actually I don't. Go here. RNAV3 from NERT. The range in. Actually, no, that's not the one we want. So we'll want to go arrive. RNAV21. RNAV21. BL502, 4,000. I'll take BL502 there. That's all good. I'm happy here. Good. Execute that. We're already on path, so it's already, we've nulled out the vertical deviation there. Good stuff. Are we looking for speeds there? 220 at BL502, so we'll put in 220 on here as well. It'll keep that in mind. Actually, you know what, we'll do it like this. From Bayland, we'll go direct to BL502. Open it up a little bit. Like that. Just kind of making up procedure as I'm going, but there we go. OV path condition. Yeah, that's because I've created a vertical discontinuity. Now we're 1,000 feet low. Fine. We'll go ahead and shallow out the descent. Oh, no, there we go. Actually, it's recomputed the path already. Or again. Yeah, we'll keep descending at full rate there. Five miles, I'd argue most aircraft will remain within 2.5 during a turn at normal AOB. Just curious, I'm thinking out loud. There we go, path captured again. And you can see that the offset is terminating itself as soon as we get to that, as we get to Bayland, which is the last en route waypoint, and BL502 then is an approach waypoint. It'll kill its own, kill the offset on its own, and it'll give us a message about that. So let's switch you back over like this. And I'm going to roll the pre-selector down to 4,000. Down to 4. There we go. And we can also review the approach. So that'll be arrival data. And here we can actually switch. The funny story, the Collins system understands that this is an LPV approach. It showed that when I selected it initially. Here it says EGNOS LPV. And again, this is all custom coded myself. That was a lot of fun. We can actually drive the approach if we want. We can drive it based on fixed offsets. If we don't have the capabilities that day, you know, whatever, the EGNOS system is not available or something's happened, and we can actually have it run as a conventional approach. Cancel the model there. Offset will end. You'll see there we are within 1 minute, or was it 5 minutes or 2 minutes? One of those. I keep forgetting. Basically, it's telling us that it is about to terminate the offset for us because it's reached a corner condition where it is not able to continue with the offset as is. Normally, obviously, you would terminate the offset yourself much earlier, but I'm just going to be a little bit of an idiot here, and I'm just going to let it drive the offset all the way to the termination point. Let's say you forgot about it. It should drive itself back onto the original path. So yeah, we could run this in conventional mode, in RNP mode. Then it says that it's going to run 0.3 nautical miles from the final approach fix to the missed approach point. But if we keep it as LPV mode, then it's going to be angular. We're going to get an ANG indication here for the lateral deviation, for the lateral scaling. And it's going to switch over to geometric guidance for the vertical deviation. So the important detail to understand here is the glide path mode. And when it says EGNOS here, that means this is a geometric GPS sourced glide path, meaning it's always accurate. It doesn't matter what you've got pre-selected here for your barometric pressure or any kind of temperature variation. This is going to be accurate. If we were in conventional mode, this is baro VNAV. That means it is subject to baro misset and or temperature variation. And if you have to use this, the Collins system has a built-in temperature compensating mode for the altimeter if you wanted to use it. So we could turn it on and punch in if we want to modify the approach altitudes and that kind of stuff. So we'll do that as well. 2.5 scale rule. I'm really curious. So there we go. Vertical deviation. Yes, offset terminated. A little bit high here. Yes, because of the offset there. So let's go and drive you down. Because of the offset there, we had a discontinuity. Vertical disco. Not a big deal. We'll just capture it at 300 knots. It's fine. We'll get there. Weird. Why are you doing this? Oh, right, we were probably too high originally. Check speed. Alright, it wants to slow down. Resume 274. We're gonna have to pull a little bit of brake there. And run the descent checks. We're waffling here.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
He has adjusted.
Passenger signs.
Our auto.
Pressurization.
Actually, we're gonna turn them on. Pressurization, we actually should set up, 1,300 feet standard pressure.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Fuel quantity is good, balance is good.
FMS. Landing data charts.
Right, FMS landing data. I should set up the approach there, Cool, that's good. And our predicted weight is 34.7 for the arrival. So I'm going to punch that in here. 34.7. Recomputed accurately, and let's go. Landing data is set. Charts are going to be on the... going to be handled by whatever.
Approach briefing.
Completed. More or less.
VNAV transition flight level.
VNAV transition flight level would be... Alright, we already should be in standard. There we go. Set.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
There we go. Closing in on that constraint or on that path. For the big copy paste, this is what the FAA say. The term provides obstacle clearance for both turn anticipation predator, turn fix, and flyover protection. This does not violate requirements. Fly center line on the airway. Manufacturers enter into the construction and application of the turning area to provide pilots with adequate obstacle clearance protection. Interesting. I don't think I turned off the landing lights all the way. Whatever. Closing in on that V path. Closing in. Quickly review that approach. As the bad pilot that I am. So BL502, IBL2, 4021, 4000, FBL21, mandatory 4000. That's all checked. As for, there we go, V path. So I'm gonna stow the speed brakes here. We are LPV Cat 1, Category C aircraft. Those are RVR requirements, and we are Category C, 1565 for the minimums. Refs, 1595. No, 1565. So 1570 is what we're going to pre-select. 1570. Tap. Good stuff. And missed approach. Going to be BL512. Right turn. Return back to... Right turn, IBL21, climbing 4000, enter hold, or as directed. Good, so 4000 is on our missed approach. Let's do the in range.
In range checklist. APU. Started. Altimeters. Preset. Cross-checked. Avionics.
Are set.
External lights. On. N1 target.
One target we gotta set to takeoff limit.
Set.
That's when for the APU PAX transition. And you set to view if you have sometimes some do a similar to this if you have certain point of width of the center pillar is okay. Evidence, I'll check it. There's some stuff with the external model here that's still going to have to be reworked, so don't worry about this so far too much. Going to take flaps 20. It'll help us slow down. Yeah, speed 185 here for that next point. Cool. Speed 185. There we go. Actually delete that fix. It's in the way. Sweet. So it's 4,000 at LFBL. We're gonna be FBL 21 is the glide path intercept. So approach armed. LPV approach. BGP. There we go. And you can see it's switched. It's showing these diamonds instead of these snowflakes, but they are magenta. That means we are in angular scaling mode. So this is now behaving as if it was an ILS. It's not, since we're in VGP, it's not going to stop at 4,000. It's going to keep on writing down. You can watch the deviation.
APU PAX transition.
Oh, get it done. That's a little bit slow there.
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
Yes, checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Cool. I'm going to slow down to 180.
500.
I'm going to slow down to 160. Get gear and flaps 30. Kind of shifting around my seat here for comfort. Well, there's about 2,000. I'm going to start the approach
Before landing
for landing
checklist.
checks.
Landing gear lever. Down indicator. Nose steer. Arm center clear. Anti-skid. Arm tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice.
Got it where we want it.
Continuous ignition. On. Frost reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
Okay, just flaps now. 104 miles, so let's go ahead and go down to final approach speed there. 5 miles over the ref. And flaps 45.
Set. CAS.
Yes, checked.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
There's another image, but I'll double check it. Actually, it's a little bit slowish. Gonna take 135 here.
1,000.
134. I like 135. I'm basically looking at the angle of attack indicator there. Yeah, the Challenger does have a nose low attitude on landing.
Approaching minimums.
We want to do the go around, right? With the deviation. Or the not deviation, the...
Minimums.
There we go.
Go around, Frost said.
Flaps 20, please.
Flaps 20. Positive rate.
Gear up, please.
Gear up.
And set FMS nav.
Set FMS nav. Flaps 20 indicate. Gear up indicated.
And flight level change to
Set
100.
FLZ mode, 200 knots.
That'll be to go. I'll take ATS. And I'll take ATS and autopilot. Actually, speed 185. Just 4,000 feet. Past our LB 512. It's hit a little bit of a descent there because of the large trim change from the speed. It'll catch itself and pull itself back up. You're doing gear and flaps yourself with mines? Yes, Pilsner. Oh no, hang on. No. So on the initial go around, flaps 20 and gear up are all down through the checklist item thing. So I just pushed the checklist thing and it automatically did it all for me. So we still got speed 185 limit here. And if I push it again, it's going to tell me that we're done with the auto actions.
Ready for immediate return checklist.
This is in case we wanted to return back here, but I think we said we wanted to divert. Not deviate, divert. So what is our diversion again? Alternate LFPB. Could have punched it in here. It doesn't really make all that much of a difference. Just used for fuel computations. In case we wanted to check it. We got enough fuel that the alternate is going to be 5,700 or something. Cool. Oh, since we're not going to actually stay here, we can hit it, put it into the hold here for one round. But I mean, you've seen it do a hold plenty of times. So let's go ahead and do a diversion. So to do that, first what we got to do, I'm going to bring you up. For flight plan, I'm going to take the alternate and stick it in the destination. Now that's going to clear up most of our flight plan except the piece of path that we're currently on. That would generally then, you'd expect a vector from ATC to get you to your some sort of an initial point. First, I'm gonna let it enter the holes. It's gonna be a little bit cleaner with no ATC around to help me through that. I'm gonna work out some sort of a plan here, because I'm gonna have to be ATC myself. A 200-mile trip. What's our plan again? LFBL. Right. LFBL. What are the winds here? We could go direct. I'm going to prepare that in the second plan here. LFBL. LFBL. Oh, hang on. LFPB. PB. Paris Le Bourget. And go to plan mode here. Actually, perhaps see that if I did a direct. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. And are we happy with that? You just go direct. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to flight plan, secondary, activate. I'm going to take a second direct here. Execute. I'm going to turn. V-speed's deselected. Yes, I know. We're going to climb up to, it's a 200-mile trip, so we can go to like flight level 200 as a reasonable metric. Flight level 200, flight level change. Go flaps up, and we'll accelerate. The LNB will put you in the right area for western landing. I think, oh, lovely stuff. I'll do that then. So CLM. CLMBOR. Execute. So that's what we'll do. And since we are not going to do a quick turn, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go checklists, restart all checklists.
Flight compartment checklist.
And I'm going to go quickly advance forward to the after
takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Frost reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
So I'm going to take the APU back offline and we're going to put them back onto the engines.
Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shutdown. Passenger signs.
And we're going to take them. Actually, no, we'll leave them on.
CAS.
This checked.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Yeah. Either one will do for us here. Actually, come to think of it, I might do a little bit more with the clearing out of checklists and clear out some more checklists for you on a go around. So we'll clear, reset on go around. We'll do the in range as well, the descent, and also the after takeoff will clear out for you automatically. We're going to default you to the immediate return, but if you want, you can hop over to the after takeoff checklist to do a diversion. And actually, I'm going to accelerate here to 270. What will be a suitable approach into the new destination? So go to upper menu. This is LFPB approach. What sort of approaches we got around there? We got an LPV for the opposite runway. ILS. RMP. Which one do you guys want me to do? Well, the build is available to you, Graham, so you can go ahead and tomorrow you can whip it around the sky. 20,000. And there we go. Since I didn't actually enter a cruise altitude, it actually just captured the cruise altitude that I've got here. So at level 200, we computed a new top of descent. And there we go. Also set Barrow standard. VOR approach. Sure. Though that's going to be a little bit of a cheat, because the VORs usually here you apparently fly them as if it was an RNAV, which the FMS can give you full RNAV guidance to a VOR approach. VOR Alpha, runway 25. Yeah, we could do a VOR. So I'm gonna switch you over. So we're still in plan mode. Zoom in a little bit closer so I can see what I'm doing. And check it out. You'll notice that these approaches here are not organized by alphabetical order, right? Because L definitely does not come after R. And so the reason why they're organized like this doesn't work like the UNS, where it receives VOR, localized deflection from it, uses that to fly the FMS over. Like, no, Amy, no. No. The guidance system here is fully integrated, so this is fully internally digital. There's no path through the deflection needles and anything like that. This is a fully digital autopilot being driven directly by the FMS serial data and stuff. So what the autopilot actually flies, I can show you. Hopefully it's going to be visible on stream. No, it's FMC. So let's see, LFMC. This one, LFMC1, for example. We scroll down to one of the data values. What the autopilot drives is it can either receive a direct roll command, or it can receive a direct track command. But in this case, it just reads the track information off of the FMS, or the track target, and the autopilot basically just drives to keep our track at a value. The absolute worst. Anyway, so as I was talking about here, I'll post a page from the manual on Discord. Oh yeah. One can. I've suffered that enough. Anyway, so the way that these approaches are organized is based on accuracy. So the most accurate approaches are at the top, and then it goes down. So the most accurate ones are ILS, then RNAV, then localizer, then VOR DME, and at the bottom edge of it, or the very end of it, is your visual approaches. So these are basically just FMS constructed, fixed path approaches. So we said we want the VOR Alpha for runway 25. That'll be VOR DME Alpha 25. Coming off of. Oh, what do we got for options here? We got a lot of options for transitions onto the approach. Okay, which one do we want? Guys, or whoever suggested this, tell me which one should we pick for the transition. Because none of them are charted here. As having data go the other way around, the UNS will receive labels from the localizer receiver. You apply a localizer approach and LNAV, an overlay. The FMS will use the localizer signal to steer laterally. Ugh. No. This system does not use that kind of a weird approach. I don't know, when you're in green needles, which is conventional radio now, the autopilot directly reads off of what the radio is receiving. So no takers. Nobody telling me what I'm supposed to punch in here. Oh, let's just try some stuff, I guess. Definitely not. Definitely not that. Nope. Okay, so these are like far off transitions. So none of these are going to be working for us. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Okay, so I guess it's just vectors. To comment on that noise. Okay, 6 whiskey. Okay, Bo. Well, that dumps us onto a vectoring leg there. I'm not really sure it's going to do us much good. I was just about to comment on noise. Once flew somewhere that the VOR signal was erratic and it affected our CDI while we were in FMS Needles. Gotta love, hate the UNS. Love, hate. So you said... Okay, 6 whiskey. Will we just go direct Okabo now? Well, Graham, you're ATC. So are we direct Okabo or what do we do here? A little bit faster. Go to 300 knots. We got places to be. Direct CLM and vector self-positioning. Okay. Works for me. So, if we were... That's a 25-mile path from the VOR. We're going to be 3,000 or above there. 20 miles. The FMS, as you can see, it actually gives me a predicted altitude there. CLM 8,000. What it aims for is to be 10 miles from the airport at 3,000 feet above field elevation. Or hang on, 1,500 feet above field elevation is what it's aiming for. And in lieu of any other, or it didn't have anything else. Now it does have something, which in this case, it's probably computing a 3-degree path down to BT at 337. And do we have a vertical prediction? So predicting 4,000 here at CD25 alpha. And then it just does a 3-degree path direct to CLM, which predicts a 8,000 altitude there. Kind of works, to be honest. So let's call it 8,000 then. Let's just use whatever the VNAV prediction does. In reality, you would never do this. In reality, you'd actually get, climbs and descents via ATC, but for the time being, this will do. So we're kind of winging it here. So, field elevation here. We hop over to the part. Yes, 220. I'm going to go up into our pressurization, set it up to about there. That's about 200 feet. And at this point, we just wait. Predicted landing weight is 32.9. We've still got time, so we can go ahead and punch stuff in. I got a perf approach. LFPB 15. And predicted weight is 32.9. So I'm going to punch in 32.9. In lieu of this, it's just going to take whatever current weight is, which might not be accurate. So I'm going to tell it 32.9, 123, 147. You'll send that over to the FMS, or send it over to the EFIS. The V speeds are set. And there we go, pretty much set up. You'll probably punch in a slightly shallower light profile. What do you say we put in 7,000 here? It has to be a little bit lower, so we got, you know, wiggle room and stuff. We'll punch in 7,000 there at CLM. We don't have to basically just aim for maximum efficiency, you know, path tracking and everything. And in fact, we're gonna do something even better. Oh, well, I guess we could sort of swing out here and capture that inbound path. That works. Now we're sort of skirting your alpha. Looks pretty sporty in the last 1,000 feet, 26-degree offset. Yes. Yes, it is a little bit, yeah. But it's 9,800 feet, 3-kilometer runway. Plenty long enough. Where do we park afterwards? Engine run-up area, heavy pedestrian traffic. What is this, a park? It's supposed to be an airport, damn it. So where would the general aviation parking be? Terminal AIS plus Met. Well, thank you. If we want to get a Met briefing, that's where we go. Where do we park if we want to, like, you know, walk away from the plane? Here? It has 1 million FBOs. So these are all FBOs. I was wondering if, like, if this might be, I don't know, maybe that general southeast area. I see. Thank you. So in here somewhere. We'll find the nearest, oh, there's 2 Concords and a 747. Right there. I'm sure. In which case our taxi, is this passable R1? That probably is. Romeo 1, vacate Romeo, Charlie 2, and Victor 2 here. Probably then Charlie 1. Sound good? Well, it's a fairly far displaced threshold, so if we're not going to be able to make Romeo 1 just in case Alpha 1 and Alpha, and then like that. 2 Concords. Yes, the more Concords, the better. More Concords, more better. Air Museum. Go faster. 320 knots. Hold your ears. Ain't that headset nice? Put it off, it's pretty loud at high speed. I think I got it turned down and... Oh, actually I don't. Bluetooth 820s or normal ones? Normal ones, Astra V2. The cord, Gordon's still going to be putting in the cord. He wants to basically do some work around here. So that's why that is currently not fully there. Anyway, slow down to 300 here for the descent, so we're not, driving like a madman. And obviously when the engines are spooling down, the cabin rate goes up a little bit until the cabin pressure controller catches up. And again, as the engines are spooling up, the cabin rate is going to go down because it's starting to push more air into those packs. There's a slight fluctuation, it's pretty normal. The normal ones, 10 out of 10 will buy them again. Well, most people are like that, yeah. I've left the 820s. Those prop guys, they love their Profile 2Ss. Oh, maybe you'd be surprised. 820s are actually what our consultants for the Challenger use on their Challenger. So yeah, they're running 820s. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I don't know, to be honest. Really comes down to, I guess, whether you're like over ear or not. Us prop guys, obviously, we have no choice. We want to preserve our hearing. We have to basically use over ear headphones every time, but jet guys do get a choice. Cool. How much path we got left to go? So there's, funnily enough, there's no way to check how far the top of descent is on the box. The only way to do that is to go MFD data, display menu, and this now selects what you display there. Right, so this is context sensitive to what's displayed over on the lower part, and we gotta go to flight plan progress. We've got 7 miles to top of descent. We'll be there at 1232. Can't be right. No. This is gonna be a lot sooner. Not 7 minutes. Not everyone likes or can use those over ear ones. Yes, check out cell. So they're less than a minute away. I gotta check why it's computing such a late time there. Cool. So check out cell means we are less than a minute away from top of drop. So I'm gonna go ahead and authorize the descent. Here we go, top of drop. The path has activated. And in fact, we're gonna let the FMS take control of the speed here. So now the speed bug here is turned magenta. Means the FMS is now in control of speed. And it's gonna automatically select this. It's gonna control the speed bug automatically to get to within 250 knots below 10,000. 50 miles per hour was the default. I'm not entirely sure what the default is in reality. I don't know. I don't remember what I set as default. And this is a completely useless page. I mean, most of these are. nav status, position summary. Position report. Secondary flight plan. VOR status. DME's hang on, what? DME2, DME3, 3-2. I have to check whether I got these right. Now these probably are botched, these numbers. DME2, 1, 2, 3. Interesting, I've never noticed this. I screwed that up. So it's going to be PL21 IAPS, FMC subsystem, FMC screen, VOR status. And yep. I'll check it. This should say DME 111-123. So these two lower DMEs on each one of these triplets is controlled by the FMS. That's used for its own DME position determinations. Then we got GPS stuff, IRS stuff, track speed position. If we go to IRS control, yeah, positional difference is 1.9 miles for IRS number 2. Has drifted off by almost 2 miles from the consensus position of what the FMS says. And then under study here, we can watch it in more detail. So I can go like so. And you can see IRS 1 is being a champ. It's really close in. IRSs 2 and 3 are quite far away. IRS 2 is pretty marginal. Within spec still, but IRS 3 is better and IRS 1 is a champ. You can also show deviations in meters if you want it. And for each one of these fields, you can leave your mouse there and it'll explain what it is that you're looking at there. Cool. Get rid of this display. Yep, it's aiming exactly for 7,000. So I've got 7,000 pre-selected here, aiming for exactly 7,000 there. Now I'm going to tune that VOR. BT is 116.1, so go in tune 116.1. Actually, even better, I can just punch it in by name. BT, Le Bourget, BT on the right side, Le Bourget Paris. And I'm going to take a display here, so I'm going to switch this over to bearing display for VOR1. And right seater could, on their own side, go ahead and select VOR2. Monitor the VOR. FMS message, flight plan discontinuity. That is understood. Yes, I know, we're going to drive right off the end there. That is what I want to do, actually. I want to have happen. Good. And I don't actually need to pre-select any course, but I could if I wanted to. The course in is 273. If I want to pre-select a course before swapping needles, because right now this course knob on the flight control panel is inactive, and I'm going to swap over to local barometer. So to do that, I have to go here on this panel, take the outer knob, swap it over. That selects me to the lower field, and I can go and select a course. And if I didn't roll my mouse off of the thing there, actually, hang on. I want to scroll this guy. 273. 273. And the right seater could do that themselves as well, but I can pre-select it for him, her, whatever. now as well. 273. Swap over there. Cool. I'm not actually going to do a nav to nav transfer here. We're going to stay in magenta needle. We're going to use the FMS here for driving. This is a georeference chart, I think it should be. So worst case, we're always going to be able to see ourselves on the chart anyway. And let's see, this is actually for a specific runway. Otherwise, we'd have a VMDA over here displayed. Cool, 7,000 altitude capture. I'm gonna turn, I don't know, heading 360. Yes, FMS1 fault because we're out of LNAV. Or rather, we're in a discontinuity. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take an track inbound path here into CD25A, a direct, and we're going to take 273 inbound course, execute. Why are you still saying FMS fault? Couldn't anymore. Ah, yes, please. Just a glass of water. Or rather, tea. How about tea? Thank you. So, coming up on top of drop here, we can actually use VNAV to drive us down. And since we are on the approach here, go ahead and punch in LNAV. Approach LNAV, path armed. I'm going to decelerate here to 230 knots. Five seconds to top a drop. Path. Or V path. Oh, actually, I forgot to run the
Descent checklist.
Yeah, skip through those descent
Fuel
checks.
quantity and balance.
Yes, yes, yes. Actually, get rid of you.
In range checklist. APU.
I'm gonna let him start the APU, and when he's
Started.
waiting for
Altimeters. Preset. Cross-checked. Avionics.
is set.
External lights. On. N1 target.
You gotta set you up for TO.
Set.
I was waiting for the APU to start up. We're gonna give it a little bit less time this time. The APU is available. I'm gonna give it only about a minute. I can manually force him. As soon as I click the checklist advance function there, it'll actually advance to the next one, even if I'm a little bit early. Roll you down to 3,000. That is our constraint there. We should get a VGP once we cross CD25 alpha. And we're about to FD25 alpha. It should give us a glide path down to our missed approach point, which I forgot to check where it is. Minimum descent here. Charlie is 800. So 800 barrow. 800 barrow is set. Rid of this and that. About a minute. I'm happy with that. APU's been given enough time to spool up, so I'm just going to manually advance the checklist.
APU PAX transition.
I'll make it, of course, the APU transition or PAX transition right now.
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
Yes, checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Sweet. And once it sequences, we should get VGP. There we go, VGP. It's not going to stop at the pre-selector anymore. Going to keep driving down for minimum approach altitude. Thank you. I'm going to select flaps 20 here. Now I'm going to go speed 180. Now let's check the missed approach. Goes to 3,000. So we've already got the final approach pre-selected. Good stuff. Speed 160. Gear down. Flaps 30. And since we're going to be maneuvering a little bit more intensely, I'm going to pre-configure a little bit earlier. So I'm going to start the checklist here.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicator. Nose steer. Orange center. Clear. Anti-skid. Orange tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing. Cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
Okay, slowing down to final approach speed here. Select flaps 45. I'm gonna give myself 7 knots extra.
Set. Cast.
So, Mr. Runway, where are you? Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's pretty far off. I keep this kind of display here on the synthetic vision, that'll help. Like that, I guess. So, CAS is checked.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
After setting my garden bread on fire, I'm back. Well, yikes. We could theoretically drive this down to minimums. Runway's offset to the left. We should be on the approach path to the runway. I'm gonna take it out of approach here. We're out of the autopilot. Okay, autopilot, flight director out. I'm gonna keep the auto thrust in. I'm lazy.
Approaching minimums.
A little bit high. And hang a left there.
Minimums. 5.
Landing. There we go. Centered. Nice and stable.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That was a bit early on the spoilers there. And it's going to be the alpha vacate at the end there. Cool. That wasn't really all that good, but we're not going to mention it. Cross the runway here. We'll stop on the other side. You can hear it clicked off the anti-collision light on its own. We vacated the runway. Okay. Stopped on parking brake. Good stuff. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and switch it over like this and take charts. And since we've landed, it's automatically switched me over to the parking chart or the airport chart. They are two fully independent displays, so if I switch this on the charts, the other side is independent of mine. Cool. So we've stopped. Take the landing lights off, and I'll take the after landings checks, please.
After landing checklist. Landing pulse, record lights. Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition.
Let's continue taxi.
Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes. Off. Wing anti-ice.
Yes.
Off. Cowl anti-ice.
That's waiting on me, so I'm gonna say thank you.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC. TCAS. Alton. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
How much would it cost to hire Siri for the voice? I'm probably just gonna record that manually. Oh yes. Nice job, tricky perspective without long display threshold. A little bit, yeah. Not too bad though. Take a sip of my tea here. Okay. Here's Alpha continuing on, crossing over the uniforms. As I get close to the runway here, we're gonna say that we got clearance. The first officer should turn on the anti-collision light. There it goes. So it's turned off for the runway cross. As soon as we vacate on the other side, first officer's gonna turn it off. Just noticed there's I was worried there was a terrain break or something. Cool, and we said Victor 2. Sounds better on Windows. Yeah, I mean, I'm using a pretty low-fi text-to-speech engine here on Linux. Do we say Victor or Whiskey? I'll take Victor. Taxi slowly. Okay. Is it for enjoying all the sights? I guess, well, there's not really all that much to look at there. How slow is slow? Victor 22. So we want to hang a left here on to no Charlie 11. Yeah, Charlie 11. So it's a 90-degree turn. We'll slow it down a little bit. Not, going completely crazy bananas into these turns. Mr. BMW, we got a right away. Maybe you don't. I'm sure, whatever. We're gonna get run over by another baggage cart, aren't we? Yes. Yeah, and a GPU. Sure. Never change X-Plane. And let's just park it over, I don't know, like right over here by this building. Looks good to me. Taxi lights off. Cool. Parking brake set. Okay, and now I'm taking over checklist since this is after we've stopped, so.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Park and brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2. Off. Engine 2 shutdown. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Fuel system.
Effect.
Engine 1 shutdown. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
It is.
Anti-ice
Is.
off. 14th stage
I gotta do.
off. Beacon off. Nose steer off. ATCT CAS
And we're gonna go into tune here. Go off and 0.
standby 0. Park and brake if chucked.
We're gonna continue on that.
Passenger signs off. Cabin differential 0 psi. Engine shutdown checklist complete.
Yeah, that's
Securing checklist next.
all she wrote. So, what do you guys think about that flight? Was it fun? Was it as good for you as it was for me? Can't wait to get the external model finished. As you can see, the avionics are pretty much all there. There's stuff like the weather radar still needs to be done, and the graphical weather system, but I guess CPDLC might also be nice. But, you know, we're flying pretty complicated missions already. This thing, I would say, performs to spec. Cool. Always looking for feedback, any suggestions on improvements, all that good stuff. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, folks. Impromptu stream, just me messing about, and I'll talk to you next time. Everybody take care, have a good one, be safe, have fun, love you all, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye, folks.